And welcome and thank you for being here. I'm calling to order our open session for the Pacific Grove Unified School District Board of Education regular meeting on Thursday, April 20th, 2023. I will report our action taken in closed session. On item number 1, negotiations, collective bargaining session planning and preparation with PGTA. No action was taken. Number 2 was not discussed. Number 3 was a duplicate. Number 4, direction was given. Number 5, direction was given. Number 6, direction was given. And with that, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you all so much. Welcome. Hello. Hi. Welcome, everyone. Okay, now we're going to move on to action item A that was moved up to this time in the meeting. So it's going to be our superintendent search process. And we have our esteemed attorney here, Lou Lozano, who if you would like to say anything, feel free. And then I do believe we have online our presenters. And so Mandy and Lewis, I'm sure, are working to get those rolling right now. Okay, thank you. And just take a moment. That's wonderful. Please come on up. Thank you so much. Yes, please go ahead. And of course, start with your introduction, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right there. Does that work better? Okay, now I'm on. So once again, President Swanson, members of the board, staff members who are all eagerly awaiting different presentations. And thank you all for this opportunity to come before you this evening on behalf of Leadership Associates. I'm Sally Frazier, and I've been with Leadership Associates for, I'm in my 12th year now. So I've done a number of searches and other activities throughout the state. And formerly I was Madera County Superintendent of Schools. And I spent 24 years in that capacity. So worked extensively in the kinds of programs that are most typically with county offices, many special education programs, career technical, that kind of thing. The other partner that would be with Leadership Associates on this particular search is unable to be here. The next slide, do I have? Okay, is Dr. Eric Andrew. And Dr. Andrew spent 6.5 years in Campbell Union School District. Prior to that, he also served as an elementary, a middle school, and a high school principal. And he's been with Leadership Associates. He's in his 6th year, and it was unable to be here this evening. The next slide. I'm going to go through some things about our firm, Leadership Associates, and the material was in your proposals, which was submitted. So I'm not going to go through a lot of that detail, but I do want to highlight some of it. We have an administrative support staff and 3 people, 2 who have been involved as executive secretaries during searches in their school districts, 1 in Mill Valley and 1 in Davis. So they're quite familiar and very helpful to the executive assistant as we go through this process. And then Betty Hall does a lot of work with our executive leadership component of our firm, as well as our business and finance. So Leadership Associates, what we are is a partnership. We are not consultants. We are a partnership in the firm. We have 14 active partners. We're all former California superintendents and committed to continuing the quality of education for California students. We do believe that high quality public education does make a difference for students and their families. We believe in integrity, equity, excellence, diversity, inclusion, accountability, and transparency. We support our clients. We not only do superintendent searches, that is our primary function that we do throughout the state. And we also provide many professional growth opportunities, and I'll go through a few of those later on. And then we all remain engaged with boards, either through governance team workshops or in some other capacities. We're quite involved throughout the state. The next slide will show where our 14 partners reside. You're going to count 15 because we have an emeritus partner in Jim Brown, but we have 14 active partners. And so we are spread throughout the state, which really helps when we go through reference review, networking for recruitment, and that we're all remain involved in California activities. The next slide tells a little bit about us. Last year, we did 69% of the searches throughout the state of California, and that would be 47 of the 68 searches. We've conducted well over 650 searches. Currently, tomorrow we'll be finishing up in Gilroy Unified, and in December, I finished up in Lompoc. Eric and I were both involved with Modesto City Schools about 5 years ago, and we continue to be actively working with that particular governance team. In fact, at this last year's Access Superintendent Symposium, Dr. Noguchi, Dr. Andrew, and I presented it on superintendent evaluation at that venue. And then Eric is currently involved with both Piedmont Unified and just completed Aramos San Juan. So in terms of why us, we believe that we will meet the needs of Pacific Grove Unified specifically. We do want to work very closely with the board in terms of how you want to shape the, particularly the community and stakeholder input. We provide a very broad and deep candidate, a pool of candidates. And we are very proud of our record that 63% of our finalists were either women or candidates of color. We are California based, we are California savvy. And again, we are partners, we are not hired consultants. Leadership Associates, one of the things in your proposal that we thought would be of interest to you is how we recruit candidates and how soon that can occur. We have a subscription service on our website, and we have over 895 subscribers to that who get immediate notification of any openings. We also subscribe to the AXA EdCal online publication, which is an immediate posting, and then specifying dates. We looked at the dates forthcoming at the AXA EdCal publication, and May 15th and 22nd were the most soon that you would be able to post. And May 15th particularly has to be submitted by May 8th in order to make that publication timeline. We also, the posting is on the district and our Leadership Associates website. And again, we are actively recruiting, and twice a month we have Zoom conference call meetings with all of our partners where we talk about our current searches and potential applicants or candidates for a particular search. The next just really references a number of activities that we continue to be involved with, state and national. I think we're one more slide. The next slide. Yes. I'm not going to go through those because I want to spend just a little bit of time on this circle, which is the next slide, because our search does start and end with the board. We start with an initial meeting where we get your input into what you're looking for qualities and characteristics in your next leader. That's very important because that sets the foundation for the position description. We also then work with you on identifying groups of stakeholders that you would like to have us meet either in person and or in Zoom. We learned a great deal during COVID. Many people prefer to be able to join in something that might be that short in their day, to be able to do that by Zoom, but we offer both options, and that seems to meet people's needs. We also have an online survey that has become increasingly a tool of preference for stakeholders. And that can be available in different languages. It's posted on the district's website, and we work with you on a number of ways that information can get out to your stakeholders. With all of that information, you get an executive summary report of all of the input from the various stakeholders. You also will get the raw data from the survey as well as the input sessions. We also believe it's important that whomever you select as your new superintendent have access to that information, so that same information is provided to them once they are seated in the position, and that gives them just kind of a leg up in knowing what your stakeholders are thinking. We also know it's very important to talk to employee groups and students. We think we gain a lot of information from those sources as well. I spoke a bit about the recruitment, our campaign and outreach, which is statewide. We also have people from throughout the United States that do subscribe to our subscription. We do very thorough reference reviews and have individual, when we get to the selection, the board will see all of the applications, and we provide that a few days ahead of our selection meeting. So you have an opportunity to review that in a view-only format. And then we will make recommendations on who we think most closely matches the qualities and characteristics that you would be seeking. And then, of course, the decision on who you want to invite to interview rests completely with the board following that discussion. And then during the interviews, we sit with you through the interviews. We do not ask questions, but we continue to facilitate the process. So we have a number of, the next slide speaks to a number of other kinds of activities we're involved with. We have a superintendent leadership series. In fact, a couple of years ago during COVID, Dr. Andrew and I did provide one for Monterey County superintendents, county district superintendents via Zoom. And I think that was very well received. And you can see some of the other kinds of development activities that we do offer on an ongoing basis. So it's important that you understand this is your search. We're here to show, we believe we have a system that has been tried and true, but there are places that we have modified it based on individual boards' needs and interests. We are competitive. We have an all-inclusive cost. There is no additional cost that will come and no hidden fees. We do have a highly qualified administrative office team that, again, you will find quite helpful in terms of placements on the agenda, different letters and that need to go out. We are an experienced California firm, and we do have a reach that we think will be very healthy for Pacific Grove. We are passionate about and committed to the work that we do on behalf of school boards throughout the state of California. So with that, any questions you may have?
Thank you so much, Dr. Fraser. Thank you. We can go around and hear from the board on this first presentation. We have a total of 2 presentations tonight. And so let's start by starting out with Clerk McNary.
Thank you for the presentation. I don't have any questions at this time.
And that's totally okay, because we will come back around a couple times to the board. So if anyone does not have questions, just know there'll be further opportunities. Trustee Otmar.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I don't have any questions at this time. I may in the future, but for right now, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Brian Swanson.
Everything is happening so fast. I'm trying to get my head around,
Sure.
all of this. One of the things I'm curious about, just your opinion on, because I know we're late in the game as we come into this, and I'm sure you've seen this before as well, being late to the, at least for this year. What's your experience been in that as it relates to finding qualified candidates?
I think it primarily is dependent upon the reputation of the board. And you are certainly in a desirable area of the state of California. So I would anticipate we would probably be attracting at least 20 applications. And I would say there would be at least 4 to 5 that would be very solid. We also do not recommend settling. If you do not find who you need, there are other options that could be available. And I'm sure you've discussed some of those with the interim basis or that, but we think it's important that you be completely satisfied with the person that you're bringing forward into this important role. And I would think with your location and what I've read on the board, I think you're really hitting some of the very important things in today's California schools. And I think that you will find some very qualified people interested in taking this as a professional opportunity.
Thank you. And are you seeing, as you're doing these searches, I would imagine mostly people from California, but are you seeing people, thumbnail it, like percentage wise, people that are coming from outside the state? Are you seeing much of that?
We don't have a big percentage that come from outside the state. What we sometimes have are people who have left California and then want to come back. So that is one we do have people often in the winter that will be calling about California. And sometimes they're serious, sometimes not. But we do have some qualified candidates that we have placed from out of state, but that's more a rarity for us than common.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, trustee Brian Swanson. Student trustee Avila, any questions?
My one question was pretty similar to trustee Swanson's first one, so I have nothing, but thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question, and it's a kind of a detailed question, but as far as when you reach out to stakeholders, when you're asking them for input, because we really want to involve the community and we want to involve our staff and faculty and students. And so do you have an anonymous option for surveys to send in input? Is that something that you're open to?
Our online survey is anonymous.
Okay.
And we do talk particularly with staff internally.
Mhm.
We let them know that if there's anything they want off the record, it's important for us to know it in terms of tone and culture. It may not be something that if they ask us to maintain that confidentiality, we will. We accept emails, we accept phone calls.
Mhm.
So any way that people are comfortable, our intent is to get the best information to shape the needs of the district that we can. So
Thank
we
you.
do understand the sensitivity for some
Yes,
people.
thank you. And then my other question, which is a different topic from the surveys. So communications wise, I watched a neighboring district go through a superintendent search, and I was really proud of how their board sent out communications updating the public throughout the process. However, when I was reading those letters, they were so well written. And now I'm in the chair seat. I'm in the president of the board. I don't know if I can generate such well-written letters. And so I was wondering, is that a service that you provide? Do you generate the letters of the updates and then the board can sign off on them and send them out to the public? Do you take care of the communications end?
If requested, that's where I say can be individual to a school district. If you
Okay.
have that need, as I mentioned, we have some highly qualified executive assistants as well.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. That does it for my questions. And so procedurally, would we like to go to the next presentation now?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Frazier. And so our next presentation, I believe, is online. Lewis, okay, Lewis is organizing now. Just a moment. Oh, sure. The vendor online, if you could please unmute or select to unmute and start speaking. Yes.
I'm Daniel Moreo. Are you able to hear me? You're not able to hear me.
I am able to hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. I was looking for another unmute button. Shall I begin?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello there. I'm here representing McPherson and Jacobson. And McPherson and Jacobson is rather proud of the fact that CSBA has identified us as their go-to recruitment firm. And you see this quote from Vernon Billy, who is the executive director, about hiring the right executive to serve as superintendent. And that's one of the most critical decisions you as a board will make, and it sets the tone for your entire district. We're pleased to present this to all of you, and we've reviewed your district mission and started to identify ways that we will work with you in terms of aligning the search itself. We have over 26 consultants up and down the state of California, but in addition, we're a national firm, and so we have access across the country. All of our consultants have extensive backgrounds, superintendents, former superintendents, school board members are all part of who make up our consultant team. And about 30% of our consultants are minority or female, and 65% of us have doctorate degrees. Working with you specifically will be myself. I'm not new to Monterey County. I actually served as the state administrator in South Monterey County, and later I became their superintendent. So I'm very familiar with Monterey County itself. I myself have been with the firm for about 4 years now and have done about 12 different searches. Dr. Michelle Huntoon, excuse me, she could not be here tonight. She herself is at a board meeting. She is the assistant superintendent for business services. She's been a superintendent, and she's been a vice president for business with school services. The two of us would serve as your team, along with our backup team of executive assistants who will help us. One of the first things we'll want to work with you with is identifying our point of contact. We need somebody inside the district who can help us guide our way through the various activities we will do. We are a leading national search firm, and as a result, we have a nationwide network of experienced consultants. And we have a reputation of sustainability of folks in the superintendent role. And according to the National School Boards Association and the Council of Greater Schools, the average tenure for superintendents across the nation is between 3.2 and 4.6 years. We have a reputation that over 85% of the superintendents we have placed have been in their position for at least 5 years, 60% for about 10 years, and 45% for 15 years. So we're rather proud of that track record as we move forward, because there's nothing more shake up of a school district than hiring a new superintendent too frequently. Our mission is that we want to ensure that each search results in quality leadership for educational excellence. And we work with you. We do not hire. That is the board's responsibility. We know that fully. We bring to you the talent that best aligns with the criteria that we would have you identify. And I'll talk about that more in just a few moments. We believe that every student is entitled to the highest quality education. And so we're looking for folks who will support that notion. And we believe that that high quality education is dependent upon quality leadership. As I've already mentioned, we represent you. We do not hire superintendents. We facilitate in the decision-making process. We represent the boards of education, and we work strictly for them. And we are recruiters of talent. Your investment, as you see, and you see in the proposal, is about $18,000, and that's for 5 phases of the process, and I'll walk through those in just a moment here. We've got about 2 weeks of print advertising in EdCal, 60 days in EdJoin. And then we do, and it says one day, and I've yet to be able to do a one-day in-person stakeholder meetings. Matter of fact, for another district that we will wrap up this weekend, we spent 8 days doing the stakeholder meetings, and we also do them online as well as face-to-face. We also provide you, as we get down to the final few for you to consider, we do video interviews. So you will actually get to see and meet the candidates before they come to you for their interview. We do the criminal, financial, and credential verification. We do a lot of search on the social media to see if there's anything in their background. What is in there is the travel expenses for consultants and any of that, and the office expenses. As I mentioned, we have a 5-phase process. This is outlined again in the proposal. And what I will do is go through them step by step. This is small print, but wanted to show you the 5 phases quickly. The first phase is initiating the search. If in fact we're selected, tomorrow morning we'll be making a phone call to the board president and talking about starting to identify timelines and what you're looking for. But what we will do is work with you, the entire board, in looking at what are the characteristics you want in your next superintendent. We'll talk about the timelines and the target dates for everything to happen, the media venues that you want advertised in. Some boards want to stay pretty local with the things you saw on the list. Some boards want to go nationally. Now, by default, because we are a national firm, this will be posted on our website, and you'll get national exposure. And as I've already mentioned, one of the first things we need to do is identify the point of contact, the person that, in this case, I would be interacting with to gather some data and help set up some meetings. So our second phase is that stakeholder voice. And from you, we will ask you, which groups do you want us to talk to? I heard several mentioned, and those are very common and standard. But sometimes a school district has other groups that they find that they would like the input from as well. It could be city folks, it could be foundation members, et cetera, et cetera. And you see the 4 questions we ask, and it's the same 4 questions if we meet you face to face or if you do it online. We will provide you with a summary report, essentially everything that has been said in those stakeholder meetings. It's a rather comprehensive report, and what we do find is that candidates, in addition to the board looking at these, but candidates really comb through these very closely. When they're doing their homework, they really want to see what does the entire community want to hear, and what do they need to know as they come before you to be considered as an applicant. In those reports, what we do, we typically have them by groups. So we will have the teacher group, we will have your classified folks, we will have administrators, we will have students, we will have all the different groups, but in none of those groups will we identify the who. We do, and we say this at the beginning of those meetings, that this is anonymous. And we really work to make sure that comments, et cetera, do not identify who they may be talking to. One of the things we don't seem to get in the face-to-face or even the virtual meetings, but we do sometimes get on the online version, are some, shall I say, colorful language, and they will name individuals. That's the only redacting that we will do. We pull that out. It often doesn't seem appropriate. And we will leave enough information in there so that you can pretty much guess what has been said. But again, you will see that report, as will the candidates. We also start talking in that second phase about the brochure that we will develop, and with the point of contact, talking about your demographics, an overview of the school district, the highlighting your community. And you and us as consultants will have identified the criteria you would like for your new superintendent, and the brochure will list that as well. And talking about the procedures for applying. We'll also start the advertising and how to start applying for the position. Once we have from you the criteria and a timeline, particularly for interview dates, and then ultimately the selection date you would like to have, it will immediately be posted on our website. We will then ask you as the district to also post it on your website as we start to also roll it out to the different agencies who will be promoting the position as well. Because we have an extensive network of consultants, we interact regularly and talk about potential candidates as well as candidates who have applied. I have just, as I said, this weekend we'll finish up a particular search, and I can tell you I have spoken with many consultants up and down the state for a variety of the applicants to get some input from them as to what they know and who else we should talk to. The third phase, and that leads us into the third phase, is screening the candidates that you have. And as consultants, we will review each and every one of the applications. We do get some applications who they really don't have the background to step into a superintendency. You will see those eventually, and we will talk to you about them, but we also identify them as a group that you may not want to need to talk to. We will ultimately, you will see every application that we have. We will have a rather lengthy closed session board meeting where we will talk about each of the candidates that have applied. And then we will focus on those that we are bringing forward and say, these are people that align with your criteria, seem to align with what the stakeholders have said. And so we developed this short list of applicants for your consideration. That short list is not exclusive. You as a board may have seen somebody else's application after we've shown them to you and say, well, we'd like to talk to this person, et cetera, et cetera. Once we've identified who will be on that short list, they will be invited to do video interviews, and those you will be able to see before we get to the interview process. And then we will assist you in developing the interview questions. Then phase 4, the interview preparation. We review the interview questions, we establish the interview dates, the procedures, and we have a couple of different ways that you as a board may choose to interview. Some boards choose to do it exclusively on their own. Some boards choose to do it with a stakeholders group, as well as the school board. They're separate, but they're both groups talk to the candidates. Now, when we have a stakeholder group, they do not rank the candidates that they talk to. We ask them to give us what you see as a result of talking with them, their strengths, and what are the concerns you have about this candidate. And that's what we bring back to you. They do not rank them. That is the decision of the board. Now, phase 5 is has continued to the phase 4 in terms of coordinating the interview process and getting the candidates to you and setting up all those interview dates. But phase 5, this is the transition. We're not done once you've selected a candidate. We will stay with both the candidate and you in terms of developing performance objectives, particularly for that first year. And we have a 2-year guarantee. A 2-year guarantee that that if for whatever reason it doesn't work, we will come back and just for the cost of travel, et cetera, we will move forward. So with that, we will also provide this particular support to the group. We have a strong equity policy as well. And we pride ourselves on transparency, sustainability, high involvement of stakeholders, and commitment for the first year. So with that, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Let's start with Trustee Otmar.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I have no questions for you at this time.
Trustee Brian Swanson.
And it may be in your notes. I'm sorry if I missed it, but do you know roughly over the last year, 2 years, 5 years, how many superintendent placements you've made in the state of California?
We've probably have made close to about 30 placements at this point.
In the last year or the last 5?
Yes. During the last year, we've been very busy. Our consultants in California are doing, we've been very busy. Each consultant has had at least one search, and we've got about 26 consultants.
Okay, great. And your consultants are all over the country, right? I think the guts of your company are actually, sorry, guts, you know what I mean? You're in Omaha, right?
We are, well, us as a company, yes. And what is true is that we've got a cadre of consultants in California and a cadre of consultants across the country.
Great. All right, thank you.
Thank you, trustee Brian Swanson. Student trustee Avila, any questions?
I'm actually okay, but it was a very detailed presentation, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Avila. I do have a couple questions here. I'll ask similar questions that I asked the first vendor. So do you have a communications aspect where you can provide professional communications out to the public throughout the process?
Yes, we do. A matter of fact, one of our assistants in our home office, that's all they focus on.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe you did go over how you screen candidates. I didn't need to ask the first vendor because she actually went over it naturally in her presentation, but I believe you went over that as well, that you will gather the resumes, but then the board will review them. Is that correct?
We will gather them and we will do an initial review. We will reach out to all of their references. Plus, we don't just stick with their references. Again, because we're across the state, when we look at an application, we can say, oh, they were in that district. And one of us will know somebody in that district. And we will reach out beyond their references to do that check. And then we bring that information back to you.
Thank you. And this question, I will actually make sure that I ask it to the first vendor as well, but do you provide options, essentially a guarantee that if the first round of recruitment does not provide a successful candidate, would you provide, does your service include the price for a secondary recruitment?
Yes, yes, we would. Again, and I heard from the last presenter that we encourage the board not to settle. This is a critical position. And so if the board, as we help you facilitate that conversation, we get the sense, we will ask you the question over and over, are you settling? And if not, then we may need to reopen it.
Thank you. And your cost is $18,500 and that is all inclusive, is that correct?
That would be everything, yes.
Okay, and just for equality's sake, the very first vendor, Leadership Associates, their cost is $23,750. Is that correct? Thank you, that's correct. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to open it up to public comment right now. Any members of the public online or in person who would like to speak, we absolutely welcome your comments. Please raise your hand online or make your way up to the podium if you would like to speak on this topic. And in the meantime, while we wait for any folks who would like to do that, I'm just going to look at the trustees and see if anything else has come to your mind, question-wise or comment-wise. Laura, Brian, Jennifer, Ray. Okay. All right. Lewis, is anyone online? No one is online looking to comment, I should say. There are about 44 people online, but no one has a comment on this item. And anyone in the public? Please do feel courageous and come up if you have anything to say. We would love to hear it. Okay, no comments in the public. Thank you so much. All right, this is an action item tonight. And so we do have a couple options. And Lou, will you remind me if you don't mind? Come on up. I invite you to the podium if you don't mind. I'm sorry. Now we did put out a request for proposal for 4 firms. We got 2 requests back. We can, as a board, I believe we do have an option to say extend the deadline and go back and ask others, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, the board does not have, you have the option of making a selection tonight. And if you're not comfortable and you want more information from either of these two groups,
Mhm.
or you'd like to give the other potential vendors an opportunity, a further opportunity to make a presentation, you have that option.
Thank you so much. So board, I think a question for all of us is tonight, would we like to move forward with one of these vendors or push out the deadline and wait for further proposals to come in? So let me start with trustee Brian Swanson. How do you feel about that?
I wouldn't mind a minute just to review the individual packets that we got. I don't
Okay.
necessarily want to invite an extension to the companies that couldn't give us an RFP by, over the course of a couple weeks. I mean, but again, I'd like just a minute to breathe on it,
Mhm.
but I'm concerned, and I think we probably all are too, though, that the clock is ticking. But in other ways too, it's like, all right, the clock is already ticked too. And so I think both of the presentations touched on something important, that it's like, this might take some time and to not settle. And also in the interest of that, again, a minute to breathe on the presentations. I wouldn't mind that.
Okay, one option we do have with items is we can trail the item till later in the meeting, and there will be a 15-minute break between the info before we get into our info discussion. So that could be a moment for you to review it, and then we can bring it back if we decide to do that. So consider that for a moment. I'm going to go to Clerk McNary, please.
I think both of the presentations have been really valuable. Given where we're at right now and how fast of a time frame that was to solicit bids, my vote would be to put it out for an extended response period and see if we get any additional responses. Just given the magnitude of the decision and what we're doing, I don't think we need to rush and make a decision tonight. Not saying if the board chose to do that, it would be rushing, but my vote would be to give a longer response time.
Okay, you're comfortable extending the deadline, and for what were you thinking? A week, 2 weeks? What extension?
I guess I would defer to Assistant Superintendent Jordan about what would be reasonable, or legal counsel. I'm not. This is-
Okay, sure.
yeah.
Go ahead. Assistant Superintendent Jordan.
So they had, the respondents had 5 days to respond this time. We issued the RFP on a Friday with responses due on a Monday. Which was a quick turnaround, although these firms, this is what they do professionally every day. So a lot of the time they're going to have the RFP response ready. I know that we did solicit 4. There's maybe even a 5th firm we could potentially solicit and give maybe a 2-week turnaround for a reply, if that's the wish of the board.
Thank you for that input. It's valuable. Thank you. Trustee Otmar?
I agree that this is definitely a decision that I'm not interested in rushing. I think that it would be beneficial to reach out to see if we can get a return of maybe a couple more RFPs to see if just to kind of compare all of our options. I'm up for that. I think if a 2-week response, I mean, I think an additional 2 weeks is only going to give us more information, and I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all of you actually for brainstorming on this. Thank you. Trustee Avila?
Yeah, I think there's no need to rush, but at the same time, I feel like if we are happy with one option or another, there's also no need to extend it if, there doesn't absolutely need to be an extension. So I just think we should just make sure we're making the right choice without thinking about a time frame. That's right.
That's exceptional input. Thank you, Trustee Avila. Yeah, so I feel if it were tonight, I could make a decision on one of these or the other. But I don't want to get further down the road and regret not giving a little more time. At the same time, I really do appreciate the hustle that these 2 vendors put on, and one is actually here in person, which is a huge undertaking. So thank you for coming tonight. And one is online, which is also a commitment of their time. So We will go with what the majority of the board wishes. And so first question is, does the majority of the board want to trail this item and bring it back later? We did have a request from a trustee to have a moment to review some of the documents, so I want to honor that. Majority of the board, are you okay putting this item now that we've gotten the presentations? And if we do trail it, are we okay releasing the vendors to go about their own evening business and releasing Lou, and then we would just discuss essentially the extension or not? So,
I would love to do that. Just,
okay,
yeah, everybody mull in, and maybe we get there after everybody thinks about it
Mhm.
a little bit even tonight. Maybe we get there later tonight, but yeah, let's let everybody that came go home too.
okay. So at this point, we'll consider this, that we've received the presentations and and later we will give direction on it or vote on it further. Is that agreeable to everybody? And do we need to make a motion for that, Ralph, or is that okay to?
No, you can simply table the matter for the time being.
Mhm.
You can bring it back and see if the board members are ready to make a decision,
Mhm.
or you can defer it to your May 4th meeting or another meeting. This decision is certainly important, critical position, and you should all feel comfortable with wherever direction you all going.
I agree. And the other element to that is we don't have Elliot here tonight. So that would be really wonderful, I think, to honor having all 6 trustees present, if possible, if at all possible. So actually what I'm hearing is, would we like to put this on to the May 4th?
Like with you bringing up too that Elliot's not here too, I would prefer that we bring it back on the 4th.
Okay, trustee
Allow
Otmar?
him more time to think about it and make sure he's included.
I agree with that. I would much rather do this when we're all present. This is a big decision.
Okay, Clerk McNary?
I guess my only question would be then, does that mean we're tabling the extending the time period so that we
Hmm.
won't be receiving additional responses?
Excellent question.
Or can we leave it open and bring it back to our May 4th meeting?
You can certainly bring it open, and it's to your benefit. If the other organizations want to make a proposal, you'll have one more to choose from. This will also give you an opportunity to think and review these proposals that you have in front of you. If you get more, great. And if you don't, you at least have the time to
Mhm.
consider these in greater depth.
Yes. Okay, so are we all in agreement to move this item to May 4th? And at the same time, Assistant Superintendent Jordan will notify the other vendors that the deadline has been extended. We'll try to garner some more proposals. Is that accurate? Yeah, okay.
I'm good with that.
So Assistant Superintendent Jordan, do you need any more direction on that? You heard all that well?
I did.
Managing everything else. Okay, thank you so much for being such a good listener. Thank you so much, Mr. Lozano. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Frazier, and thank you, Daniel Morar on the online. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You did a wonderful job. Okay. All right, so now we are at the part of the meeting where I read off written communications that the board has received. This list is as of about 1 p.m. this afternoon. So we got an email that was an example of advocating for students, an example, another email, which was an example of hiring concerns, an email related to curriculum and ethical concerns, an email about concerns about Pacific Grove Unified School District finances, an email asking us to align the superintendent pay with board goals, an email giving a kudos to, is it Mick Kimball or MC Kimball?
It's MC Kimball and Associates.
Thank you. A kudos to MC Kimball and Associates, which is a safety firm that came out and did some work. A concern regarding retirement incentives for certificated folks. A PG high school chorus and stipends email, and an email with a harassment concern. Did anyone else get any other emails they would like to discuss right now? And I will start with Clerk McNary.
I received an invitation from the Equine Healing Collaborative for their spring benefit. And I also received multiple emails with regard to my board membership for Community Human Services.
Thank
That's-
you. Thank you so much. Trustee Brian Swanson.
Nothing additional.
Thank you. Trustee Otmar.
I received an email about students with life-threatening food allergies and the need for the district to educate and train around that issue for the safety of our students with food allergies.
Thank you so much. Student trustee Abla, did you get any board member emails?
I don't receive too many emails besides homework updates from Google Classroom, so I'm gonna pass. Thank you.
Understood, understood. And I do believe I reached out to all the trustees on this. Brian, did you go already? Did you get any extra emails?
No, yeah, no.
You're good. Okay, thank you so much. That concludes our written communications part of the meeting. And now we'll move on to board member comments, and I'll go first. And I will say I am going to not make any comments tonight in light of trying to get the meeting concluded in a timely manner. And so I will pass this off to trustee Brian Swanson.
I'm gonna hold off. Thank you.
Okay, student trustee Avila, you always have some great comments. So if you have any, please go ahead.
So at school in the past few weeks, there's been some stuff going on. Today, myself and 7 other seniors led grade-wide assemblies, giving presentations on what healthy and unhealthy relationships and friendships look like. So I thought that was pretty cool. Couple of my friends who are really big on that asked me to help them out. So I said, absolutely. And I think it went really well. Freshmen up to seniors. Let's see. As far as extracurriculars, our jazz band played a performance last night, I believe, at CCUMB. Baseball, we just had a baseball game, just got back from that. We did not quite get the win against Salinas, but it was a really fun game, really competitive game. Lacrosse had their senior night last night. That was a fun game. And swimming had their senior night yesterday too, I believe, either yesterday or the day before. So it's end of the year wrap-ups going on. Sad to see, but exciting. Our robotics team, the Breaker Bots, I believe 2 weekends ago, around that time, they were at a competition at Seaside High School. They made it all the way to the semifinals. So I know a lot of kids who participate in that and wear it with a lot of pride on their shoulders, as they should. So that's cool to see. And then I guess lastly, the seniors have their Disneyland trip tomorrow. So I'll be going on that. I'm really looking forward to it. Not really looking forward to waking up at 4 a.m, but should be fun. Should be worth it. So if I may need to slip away a little early, that might be why. But so that's all for me. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Clerk McNary.
I remember the bus ride being half the fun down there. So the 4 a.m. is not fun, but the bus ride was like a lot of memories too. And I won't tell you how, that was a long time ago. Today I attended the Community Human Services meeting as our board representative, and I just wanted to report out a little bit of information on that. This weekend is the 2023 Recovery Run and Opioid Awareness Memorial Flag event. CHS is putting on this event in 5 different locations. The first one is going to be this weekend, April 22nd from 1 to 3 at Colton Hall. There will be speakers, including the mayor and others, individuals impacted by the opioid crisis. There's a virtual run event, so you can register online with CHS and then record your 5K or 3K time. If you're a runner, you just use your app and then can record your time. I was hoping we could share out, if I can provide the information with families, because I think it's a really important event for the community. And I know we've all been affected by opioid issues. And also what was cool about the CHS meeting today is they passed out free Narcan on the way out the door to all board members and let us take like up to 4 boxes. I would love if, I don't know how we get our hands on it, but if we could find some type of way to distribute it for families in our community locally. I mean, even if it's at board meetings, we have like a free stand of Narcan for anybody who wants to take it, because between your purse and your bag and your car and everywhere else, it's, you know, the more places we can put it, the better. So those are my board comments for tonight.
Thank you so much, Clerk McNary. Trustee Otmar.
Well, on that note, last night I attended, Ohana put on a conversation about teen drug use and fentanyl abuse. And it was a fantastic discussion. It was put on by Drs. Reb Close and Dr. Casey Grover. I'm very fortunate that I've been able to work with them at the hospital. They are two magnificent people doing great things for our community right now. So that was really eye-opening. There was Narcan being handed out there. They're doing a lot of work with Monterey School District, and I believe with us, some work with us too. I would like to pick that up a little bit. And that's all I have.
Great comments all around. Thank you so much. Next up is the superintendent report.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to just a couple quick items. I know we have a big agenda tonight.
Okay.
First off, I want to just offer my congratulations and kudos to our cultural proficiency team that just wrapped up the 8-day certification. It was a really just amazing opportunity that we had to meet together for this past year. A lot of hard work, a lot of hard conversations, but really genuinely felt. And I think we all came away with it feeling really good about who we are as a group of people and ready to get out there and bring some reform and changes and growth for our district. And I think that our speakers, our directors, Dr. Flores and Dr. Ravalin, were both just excellent folks who are going to still be able to help and support as we go. Some of our CP team are here. And so I want to offer that congratulations and thanks for the folks that committed that time to really do some amazing work. I feel blessed to have been part of the group and to have my voice as part of it as well. And look forward to all of the possibilities that are here for the district in the years to come. And we'll have an opportunity to share more that with the board as we kind of get that put together and share the action plans that were happening, especially in the fall, to start rolling along. So anyway, I just saw folks out here and made me think of it. So I wanted to share that. And that's all for tonight.
Thank you so much, Dr. Portis. Next on the agenda is individuals desiring to address the board. And we break this into kind of two different groups. So the first is Pacific Grove Unified staff comments, and the second is community members. And I'm going to read off the guidelines that apply to both groups when they're doing public comment. Public comment on any item of interest to the public that's within the board's jurisdiction will be heard. The board will also take public comment on each specific action item prior to board action. Any individual wishing to comment on a specific item on the current agenda are kindly asked to wait until that item is being discussed. The board will allow a reasonable amount of time for public comment on each agenda item not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker and no more than 20 minutes per agenda item. So with that, I'd like to ask if there's any PGUSD staff members who would like to comment either online or in person. Hi, we have someone in person. We have Principal Sean Roach. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Sean Roach, principal of Pacific Grove Middle School. Couple of updates. We hosted a parent night, both live and virtually, for Screenagers 3 Under the Influence, which does deal with fentanyl and the nefarious ways that social media is used to hook kids onto things that they should not be putting in their body. We will be having a school-wide assembly tomorrow for our entire school body to see. We do envision a summer filled with screen time. So we think it's vitally important to have this conversation at this time. One other thing, I just want to give kudos, and I see 2 of my staff here, but I'm missing 31 others. We went through a 4-part series on discussing the impact of what we say versus the intent of what we say. And we talked about what makes us different, what makes us unique. We talked about microaggressions, and these are kind of scary conversations. And I do have to say that the vast majority of my parents were really in favor of it. I did get a couple of emails that likened it to something that it was not, but that allowed me the opportunity to engage in a conversation that clarified things. And I think I have allies in those parents as well. So that is your PGMS update. Thank you.
And Mr. Roach, I will say I was speaking to a young student at Forest Grove, and she said, "Oh, you're talking about impact versus intent." And I said, "How did you know? That's something the middle school does." And she said, "I heard it at the orientation." So even that small, quick, it landed. with that student. So thank you so much, Mr. Roach. Anyone online? Oh, we have someone online. We're just going to alternate online and in person. So Principal Barbara Martinez, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, trustees. I just wanted to address a couple of the comments that trustee Clerk McNary and trustee Otmar responded on regarding Narcan. We did receive a grant in the beginning of the year. Our district received about 1,000 doses of Narcan. We then sent out training videos to all of our staff members and delivered enough doses of Narcan so that every staff member at every site could have one if they wanted to. My question to you is, when you went to Monterey Peninsula or you went and had saw a training with Dr. Close, they did a demonstration, I'm sure, to show people how to administer Narcan, and that right there is the proof that you were trained, right? So we can't just hand out Narcan to anybody. They have to go through some type of in-person training on how to demonstrate use of it. So we do have several cases of Narcan left. I've been working with Nurse Crowley in disseminating to each site based on need. So I just wanted to give you that update. Thank you, nothing else.
Can I add something?
Thank you,
to
Barb.
that?
Yes, we do have trustee Otmar. Go ahead and comment. Sure.
Okay, so I can email over to you a QR code that has a video that shows the training of how to use Narcan. And
Yeah.
then
I have
perhaps,
it.
okay, so perhaps the person receiving the Narcan can scan it at that time, watch it, and then take the Narcan with them.
That's
Just as-
that's perfectly okay.
Awesome. Okay, great. We just want to get it out. Boxes of
Absolutely.
Narcan sitting in an office doesn't save any lives. So as
No.
quickly
Yeah,
as we can get it out.
exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Anyone? Oh, hi, go ahead. Principal Keller.
Good evening, trustees. Principal Keller, Sean Keller at Robert Down Elementary School. I have a lot to share with you tonight, if that's all right. I'll try to stick within a minute if I can. First, I want to thank my cultural proficiency team, which some members are here. They were outstanding in our training. And I also want to thank the teams at the other schools as well. They taught me so much. Our trainers taught me so much. Our guest speakers taught me so much. And it's just empowered me and made me more courageous as a leader on a campus. So thank you, Dr. Porce, for bringing that for us all. Secondly, we are selling bricks. It's the final stages for that installment over the summer. And the plan was to finish next week. We definitely have not met our goal. So I'm hoping if anyone in the community is present or online or listens to these videos after the fact, if you have a booth at Good Old Days and we can put up a little poster with the QR code, please let me know. I'm looking for you. Tomorrow morning, we have our celebration of volunteers and a military children's breakfast, which is called Purple Up Day. So if you would like to come, please check out the principal's update that went to all board members this evening and to all families as well. And please RSVP and please come. It's good pancakes. It's First Awakenings. You can't beat First Awakenings. Come on. And I just want to thank Craig Bell and Robin Lewis from the Kiwanis Club for always doing that. Oh, it's 8 o'clock to 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you, Dr. Porce. Tomorrow evening is our STEM night. STEM night is back at Robert Down, and it's also our PTA silent auction. We will have tacos. I don't know what else. So we have pancakes and tacos at Robert Down tomorrow in the morning and at night. Okay. Tacos start around 5 o'clock. Silent auction ends roughly a little bit before 7. So if you check your emails, the PTA did put out, you can bid at home. It's a new feature to bid at home. So people that don't want to come together right now, you can bid at home. We have our celebration of dance next week on Friday, April 28th. We're trying to bring back our dancing and the tradition of the maypole dance and everything. So come on by Robert Down after lunch at 1 o'clock. And all the grade levels have been learning some routines this week, and they'll continue into next week, and hopefully we'll have a lot of fun. The night before is our open house. So please come for any new TK or kinder families. Please come at 5:45 in the auditorium, And I will be addressing just those new families, taking them over to the co-op real quick and doing a quick tour of the campus. And then I'll have a principal's address with our PTA and site council information at 6:15, and classroom visitations go from 6:30, roughly till about 7:15, but we know it's going to last probably till about 7:30. So come on by next week. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Anyone online, Louis? Nobody online. Okay, Mr. Bell, are you waiting? Please go ahead.
It's been a while since I've been up here and I'm
Yes.
surprisingly nervous.
Like
Uh,
5 years, maybe.
So, yeah, Matt Bell, occasional staff member for Pacific Grove Unified School District.
Mhm.
Honored to be currently working at Forest Grove with just an amazing staff leading me and showing me the way of the Falcon. I'm also a consultant for Region 10 for AXA, the Association of California School Administrators, and I represent both San Benito, Santa Cruz, and Monterey County, about 600 administrators. And I wanted to point out a couple of things. One is Shane Steinbeck leaving our district is just, can I say, freaking amazing assistant principal. And it is a huge loss to be losing someone of Shane's caliber. And the things he's accomplished in our district is just simply amazing. I have been in many, many districts, as you can tell from my AXA thing, and there's not many districts like this one. And someone like Shane is not normal. This is not normal. Replacing him with someone of the caliber of Larry Hagquist is unbelievable. And you guys need to know how lucky we are to have someone like Shane, who's now blessing another district, and then have someone like Larry come back or come in and move into this position. We have an assistant principal, Sean Keller, who became principal. We have an assistant principal, Barbara Martinez, who became a principal. We have an assistant principal, Linda Mann, who became a principal within our district. We had an assistant principal, Matt Bell, who became a principal in this district. This is not normal. These are amazing people, and you guys need to know that. Speaking of amazing people, I know this was done last week, and I apologize for being late to the party. I usually am. Superintendent Ralph Porras, we had a discussion a few minutes ago. And they said that the life expectancy, the professional life expectancy of a superintendent is somewhere around 3 years. There's only 3 people in this entire state who have had a life expectancy of 16 years, 2 of which are retiring this year. That leaves Ralph Porras as probably the longest serving superintendent in the entire state of California. This is not normal. And I got to tell you, when you look at school districts that are shifting and shifting and shifting, you just have to look south of us to see the superintendent turnovers, and what it does to districts is very, very difficult. So your search is crucial to find someone of the caliber that Ralph is. And I also have to say that the strengths that he has are sometimes taken for granted. I know a bunch of superintendents now. I just came from Sacramento. I'm all over the state, and I'm seeing all these people. He is respected up and down the state for his skills, and yet we see him every day and we think, oh, that's just normal. It's not normal. Everyone knows Ralph's not normal. Yeah. So anyway, I wanted to praise him. I wanted to praise Billy Mankey. I don't know what the professional life experience of HR is, but it cannot be very long. And Billy is what I'm thinking 18 years, and also is known up and down the state for her expertise. She's been on countless state panels on promoting the good for all kids across our state, as Ralph has been. These are amazing people, huge losses for our district. Yet this district has a reputation for carrying on, and we want to keep that. I also wanted to note, as just a fun fact, that the head of Caltrans, the head of all Caltrans and the potholes in our state, is a breaker. I want to let folks know that he is, Tony Tavares is a breaker. You didn't know that. Yeah, it's not normal, not normal. Last thing that's not normal, then I'll finally give up the microphone, is that we have in these 3 counties, 600 administrators We have an administrator in this room that won for R3 for our region, the Secondary Principal of the Year Award. Mr. Lito Garcia was awarded the Secondary Principal of the Year, and that is not normal either. The amazing things that this district puts together and the work that we work and do to work as we is not normal. Let's keep up being not normal. Thank you. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Bell. And that award sounds pretty prestigious. So maybe at the next board meeting, we can honor Lito Garcia with that. I'll buy him some flowers from Trader Joe's and we can do the cake and whatever. So, okay. Louis, anyone else online? Okay. I don't see anyone else here over the podium. So now we're going to transition to the community members. Any community member who's here who would like to speak on a non-agenda item. If you have something you want to speak about on the agenda, please save it until we get to that point in the agenda. I see somebody making their way up to the podium, which is wonderful. And Louis, you'll let me know if anyone is online and we will set the 3-minute timer for Ms. Hakeem, please.
Hey, I said I'd be back, so here I am.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Dina, and I'm here to support Saving the Saturday Choir. It's my understanding from the research that we've been doing as a group to save this valuable club that the teachers union is negotiating to provide higher stipends across the board to benefit all of our students in the school district. As we've stated previously, you wouldn't get rid of a coach of a winning team. Increasing the faculty advisor stipend to be commensurate with other local districts would not only benefit the Saturday choir in helping to retain the services of our fabulous director, Michelle Boulware, but would attract additional able, talented faculty and coaches to give our students a more diverse and varied palette of clubs and experiences. Now, we all would like to say, why do they need more money and shouldn't they want to do this because they are educators? I believe this notion to be false. People should be paid for their time, especially time that they take to conscientiously provide quality programs to our students. In business, you lose good employees if you don't take care of them. We cannot afford to lose good teachers and good programs. Our students suffer as a result, and they cannot afford to work for free. I don't know if you've noticed, but this area is expensive to live in. We were told to fundraise to make up the difference in funding for the Saturday choir. We obviously will. But far too often it depends upon the parents to make up the shortfall. Students in every club, sports team, and music program are consistently hitting up their parents, grandparents, and community members to cover necessary costs. Frankly, it's embarrassing to ask family and friends for the umpteenth time to please donate to my child's cause. So as we work harder for our children's education and future, we ask you, the board, to please consider our plea to raise stipends to save our Saturday choir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hakeem. And next week, do we have, okay, no one online. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Erin Deegan, and I'm here to advocate for Saturday Choir and support the teachers union in their negotiations for higher stipends for clubs and sports. Over the last few weeks, 6 weeks, we've met with the Superintendent Porras and Principal Garcia, and we've written numerous letters to the school board superintendent and Principal Garcia, and we've attended every school board meeting. We're not giving up. And, with every meeting that we've had, our conversation has been pointed in different directions, and we've found this a little bit confusing and very disheartening. I want to give you some facts and numbers. First of all, on average, we have 30 to 50 students participate in the current Saturday choir program. The last update I was given from Principal Garcia was only 3 students had signed up for the new choir class. I think that speaks for itself. Either kids don't want to take this class for whatever reason they deem important, or it doesn't fit in their schedule. At what point do we what point is the determination made that this is not a viable class and that we should stick with what we're currently doing, which has been extremely successful? Secondly, Mrs. Boulware has 9 students, had 9 students admitted to regional honor choirs. She had 5 students make the all-state choir in Fresno, California, and 1 student make it all the way to the national honor choir in Cincinnati. These numbers are amazing. This program is extremely successful and produces talent that can compete on the state and national level. Finally, Mrs. Boulware directs our award-winning jazz choir and 2 barbershop groups. Recently, our jazz choir participated in the Santa Cruz Jazz Festival and received a rating of 1, which is the highest possible rating, and they were asked to do a command performance during the evening concert, an honor that was only given to a few groups. And last month during our Southern California tour, our barbershop group had the honor to perform at the Disneyland Dapper Dans, and it was an amazing, amazing performance. I'm sharing these numbers and facts to encourage our district to keep this program intact, either as a Saturday class or as a stipend club. And maybe we could have a few clubs because Mrs. Bulwer does so much work for this group of kids. A Saturday choir club, an honor choir club, a jazz choir club. Each of these clubs are year-long requirements and take up much time, rehearsal planning and devotion just as much as the sports team. So please keep the arts alive in Pacific Grove High School. Please increase the number of arts and music programs and clubs available to our students outside of the school day. And please, please, please increase the stipends for all of our teachers, coaches, and administrators that work with these clubs and sports. They deserve so much more than they are given. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nobody else online, and I don't see anyone else here in public. So we're going to wrap up public comment. Thank you all so much for commenting. We're going to move on now to the consent agenda. This is a batch of items that we approve all at once or sometimes kind of pull apart if we need to. And I will say I do need to recuse myself from item CC. So the first batch will be approved with that one pulled so that I can recuse myself from it. But I'm going to go around the room here and see, does anybody have, start with Clerk McNary. Do you have any comments or anything you want to fully pull from consent?
I think most of my questions were answered by staff. Just a point of clarification on the contracts for L, the arbiter pay referees, and P, the lacrosse referees. There were questions regarding fingerprinting that were raised. Have those been addressed?
Okay.
I'll let Principal Garcia address that.
Okay, Lito's on his way to the mic. You can speak when you get up here.
So in regards to the referees, the organization the two organizations that you mentioned, they do fingerprint their employees. But I also want to emphasize that no time a referee is ever alone with athletes. They're there with coaches around them and most often spectators as well. Okay.
Thanks. That's all I needed.
Thank you so much. Clerk McNary, any other questions? There's quite a few on there. So it's, if you had anything else.
I don't have anything else right now.
Okay, Trustee Otmar, anything?
I don't necessarily need to pull it. I just wanted clarification on H. And then I also had questions about, there were multiple questions I had about fingerprinting. Am I uh-oh, can you come back up? Sorry.
And we can start with H because Joshua Jordan is here.
So with H in the first contract that I looked at, or the first consent that I looked at, it had referenced that that there were monitors, 141 classrooms received monitors during PGUSD's 2023 spring break, but that did not happen.
Correct. Over the spring break, we assessed the classroom needs. So yeah, it was 141 classrooms. And then we began the discovery process, which is where we start to model the classrooms actually with 3D modeling. That's not completed either. It just began over the spring break period.
Okay. So nothing's in place. Okay. That clarifies that. And then my question for fingerprinting was, I had sent in a few that the box for no direct student contact was checked. But then they came right back with saying that fingerprints were on file. I just want to make sure that the boxes were correctly checked. Fingerprints are on file. It just seemed like a quick turnaround. And if we have fingerprints on file, it'd be really nice if if that box was checked, whether or not they have direct student contact. It just feels more like we have more information.
I agree with that. And they are on file. So.
Thank you, Lito. Okay, Trustee Otmar, just double checking. Is that you're good on the consent then?
That's all.
Okay, thank you so much. Trustee Brian Swanson, anything?
Nothing that wasn't cleared up in advance. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. I have one thing besides recusing myself. And mine is about all of the handbooks I asked, and I'm not sure if it got updated in the Google Doc we've been using for our questions submitted, but there is a state law coming, or it's here, that specifies that we need to put how to safely store guns in our handbooks. And so is that here now, or?
My understanding was that it's in the parents' guide.
Okay.
That's, we have already got that amendment ready to go for
Okay.
when we do the next round of the parents' rights handbook.
Okay.
Is what they're referring to. And so we've already embedded that and it's ready to go through a.
Okay, I think I made somebody giggle over here with my comment. Oh, okay, thank you.
None of that now. None of
Thank
that.
you, because I would like to clarify, not for storing guns on campus. It's for storing guns safely at home so that students don't have access to guns.
Yes.
Thank you for that over here. Okay.
Yes, that's the parents' rights handbook. And yes, we have that ready to go for the.
Okay,
submission
and we
coming up.
don't put it in the student handbook.
That's not, it's not required for the student handbooks, but we certainly can make an amendment in those if you'd like to, but it's the parents' rights goes to all parents and it's pushed out automatically.
Okay.
And so
That's fine by me, as long as it's going out in the parents' book. That makes sense to me. Yes. Okay, thank you for that answer. Trustee Student Avila, any questions on consent?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So I would like to make a motion to approve consent, pulling though, or I should say minus or retracting item CC. We're going to pull that and put it in a different item. So I'll make a motion to approve consent without item CC, if I can get a second.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Carolyn Swanson, seconded by Clerk McNary. Can we get a roll call vote, please? And Mandy is online, and so it'll just take her a second. I think she's going to say it in 1 sec.
President Swanson,
Aye.
Clerk McNary,
Aye.
Trustee Otmar,
Aye.
Trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. And then I'm going to stay out of the item I recuse. So if you guys want to make a motion, actually Clerk McNary, if you want to step in and run that one, ask for a motion and a second and a roll call, and I will be over here.
Okay, for remaining item on consent, CC contract for services with Pacific West Water Purification Incorporated for the 23-24 school year. I'll move to approve that contract. Second?
I'll second.
Okay. Vote please, Mandy.
Clerk McNary,
Aye.
Trustee Otmar,
Aye.
Trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Thank you.
And President Carolyn abstains. Okay. Clerk McNary, did you want to say that passed unanimously?
That passed unanimously with President Carolyn abstaining.
Thank you so much. Okay, yes. And should we do public comment?
If we haven't done it already,
We haven't, yes. Go
perhaps I
ahead.
could start us off with that then. I just want to make a couple acknowledgements that are in the consent agenda that the board just passed, and I just feel like it's important to do. First off, I want to thank Claire Davies for her service as the resignation was on this agenda, on the revised agenda.
Absolutely.
After 9 years of service in our district, she has, as Mr. Bell noted, we have many administrators who are noted throughout the state, and Director Davies is one of those. She is a leader in the county and in the Tri-County and in the state area for the work that she's done. We've been so fortunate to have her here. I think I've learned so much from her, and I know that she's done an amazing job in supporting all of our students and families in the district. She will certainly be missed, and just grateful that we'll have her here in enough time to be able to train the next person coming in.
Mhm.
So thank you, Claire. And in another breath, I want to congratulate our new elementary principal for Forest Grove. We have now Miss Abby Arbron. Abby's here in the room, so.
Thank you, Ms. Arbron. And I'll ask for public comment, and then maybe if Principal Arbron would like to speak, you're welcome to.
Sure. I having been in the seat in a board meeting waiting for the vote to happen, I know it can be a little nerve wracking, but she did a great job. So it's
Yeah.
wonderful she's here. And last but not least, I also want to congratulate our very own Dr. Larry Hagquist for being our new AP at the high school. And so fortunate to have him there, and I know that the leadership that he's going to provide is just going to be, he already provides, is going to be amazing. And so congratulations and welcome to the team.
Absolutely. Those were great comments. Thank you, Dr. Portas. And so really quickly, Lewis, if there's anyone online who would like to speak on public comment or on consent agenda, please let me know. And we have folks here in person. Please go ahead, Director Ogerman.
Good evening, Director Buck Rogeman. Just wanted to add my thanks that Dr. Porras expressed to Claire Davies' service. I know that working alongside her side by side at Forest Grove was just an absolute pleasure. And just like Dr. Porras said, I learned so much from Director Davies and what it really truly means to serve our students with special needs, and making sure that the staff had what they needed in order to meet the accommodations that were written into IEPs, not to meet the letter of the law, but to meet the spirit of the law. And that's what I always loved about Claire, and will take away with my memories is her true heart and passion for serving our students with special needs. What she did to organize program and get the resources set up in such a valuable way. And I think what can't be underestimated was her ability to find and hire incredible staff for the program. So we're going to miss that from Claire. And I just wanted to, acknowledge her publicly for the work that she's done for the district. Abby, I served at Forest Grove for 7 years, and I have to say the staff that you're walking into is phenomenal. So I can't wait to see the school just take off under your leadership, and I wanted to welcome you to the district. And Dr. Hagquist, I really look forward to the positive effect and impact that you're going to have in your new role at the high school too. So this is an exciting time for the district, and just wanted to let all of you know that anything I can do in my role as the director of curriculum, I'm happy to do. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ogerman. Anyone online, Lewis? No? Okay, then we'll set the 3-minute timer. Please come up. Lewis will do it. But yes, perfect job.
Okay. Madam President and trustees, I was hoping to pull one of the consent agenda, and I just, I guess I missed that opportunity, and I think I'm trying to understand when the public can comment or pull an item.
Well,
from
it's
the
my
consent
fault you
agenda.
missed it, so please tell us and we can open it back up.
Okay. So I would like to pull consent agenda item 6BB. This is the contract for services with Planned Parenthood, Mar Monte, for 2023-2024 school year. Recommendations from Lido Garcia, Pacific Grove High School principal. The district administration recommends the board review and approve the contract for services with Planned Parenthood, Mar Monte, for 2023 school year. So given that you're going to discuss this, should I be making my own comments at this point?
Feel
I'm
free
just-
to complete your
okay.
comments. Yes.
So I'd like to provide some transparency of the curriculum for that specific contract. Often schools only provide an outline, and it doesn't provide enough content for parents to really critically look at what that very sensitive subject contains. And just to be mindful of different cultures and different religions that may sometimes opposed to some of the content. I think that full transparency is needed. So.
Sure. Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
comment. And Ralph, procedurally, will you give me a little guidance? What can we do do we discuss it as a board if we want to pull it? Can we pull it now that it's been requested by a member of the public? What do you think?
That's a great question. The item has already been approved by the board by vote. So it's technically already now done. What would probably need to happen, this is a tricky one, probably need to happen is that you need to bring it back to another meeting for another review. But at this point, because it's a contract, it's already been approved. My guess, and I don't like to give a guess, but
Sure.
I think as a board, you can go ahead and take a revote on the item to vote again. But like I said, it's already been done. So I'm not sure that you can go back and do that now.
Well, and let's see, can we do discussion on it? Because it sounds like the member of the public may just want more information that she could actually get from a staff member. And so that's okay. And so the staff member on this is actually Lito Garcia, who happens to be standing right here. So can we provide fuller information?
Yes,
Not just an outline, the full.
I will see what is available. And so if you want to email me, and then I will get back to you. You're welcome.
Okay, and I would say, since that was completely my fault, if you have a further concern with it after you speak with Lito and get the information, please do send me an email and we will put it back on the agenda so we can discuss it, okay? Thank you so much. I apologize for that. Thank you for commenting.
And I'm here to congratulate you, Abby. Welcome to PGUSD. And to congratulate Dr. Larry Hagquist. But before I get into some awesome comments about this young man, there's another young man that I want to speak about, and that's Shane Steinbeck. I've had the privilege of working with Shane during my tenure at PG High, and Shane and I were thrown in together in the height of the pandemic. And for Shane, who's a veteran of PG High, to have to bring on a new guy, he did so with open arms. And he has been such a support to me. I rely on him for so many things and am so appreciative of how hard he works, how dedicated he is to our students, to our staff, and to our community. And we will have some other opportunities as the school year winds down to honor Shane at PG High and at graduation. So I'm excited for those opportunities. I'm equally excited to bring Larry Hagquist on board. I've had the honor of working closely with Larry in his current position as teacher on special assignment, and he has shown me through his hard work, dedication to students, staff, and the community that he is a perfect fit to become the next assistant principal at Pacific Grove. And I know that I have learned a lot from him already and look forward to having more opportunities to learn from Larry as we work closely together for many years. So thank you.
Thank you, Principal Garcia. Thank you so much. And anyone online, Lewis? No, okay. Please go ahead.
Hello, Larry Hagquist, Pacific Grove High School, teacher on special assignment, soon to be assistant principal. And I just wanted to come up here and express my gratitude to everybody involved in helping me to earn this position as the assistant principal. And I want to let everybody know that I'm really looking forward to my new role. As most of you know, my background and my degree, my doctoral degree is in transformational leadership. And really, that's a complicated thing, but the most important aspect of transformational leadership is that it's about transforming from the inside. And I believe that it's impossible to have a transformational impact unless, as a leader, I am constantly transforming. And so I'm looking forward to learning how this role is going to transform me, and not just through gray hairs, because I can combat that with Just for Men, which I already use. And I might have to buy a few more bottles of that. I've been getting a lot of receiving a lot of congratulations, and I'm thinking sometimes like people are congratulating me for a shortened lifespan now. But I'm really looking forward to the challenge and looking forward to transforming along with the people that I am leading. And then lastly, I'd like to say thank you to Shane Steinbeck, who has been taking some time during this very, very busy time of year to spend at least 2 hours a week to sit down with me and with Lido, to just teach me a little bit about some of the things that I'm going to be having to handle. He's been a great friend and a great leader. So lots of gratitude right here. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Hagwis. You're here. That's perfect.
Hi. Suddenly my nerves got the better of me. I'm Abby Arbrin, future principal of Forest Grove. I'm so excited to officially say that. I was holding my breath. I'm slightly superstitious with that until it's board approved. So thank you all. Just thank you so much for the wonderful opportunity to join the Pacific Grove family. I feel so welcome already. I can't wait to run alongside my fellow Falcons and figure out together what's best for kids. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Principal Arbron, and thank you for taking your time tonight to come and sit in our meeting. I really appreciate that. Now we're going to move on to the walk-ons that we have in our meeting. We have a couple of emergency items, walk-on items. I don't know how to exactly describe that, but
And I think Director Davies are taking these on, so I'm not sure if she's available.
and Lewis will work with Director Davies to get her set up, and so it'll be just a moment.
There she goes.
I'm here.
There you are. Hi.
Thank you all for the very kind words and welcome to our wonderful new administrators.
Mhm.
Yes, I have 2 walk-on items and you have those. Do you have any questions for me?
That is a really good question. Trustee Otmar, any questions on the walk-on items?
No, not so far, but if you could check back with me.
I will circle back. And these items, just for reference, they're online.
I can do a quick overview.
If you-
Probably good, yes.
If you
Okay.
don't mind, maybe just like
Sure.
60 seconds on each one, that'd be great.
Sure. So we have a need to contract with an occupational therapist. We had a sudden resignation. And we're attempting to patch together to get us through the rest of the school year. One of the urgent items is the initial assessments for students and a few triennials. And so we would like to contract with Monterey Bay Children's Therapy. It's a private agency in Monterey. The therapist is Shanna Bird. She's actually worked for us before as a substitute occupational therapist, and she is excellent. And she has agreed to do the assessments, the reports, attend the IEP meetings, and draft IEP goals if the students are eligible for service.
Thank you so much, Director Davies. And is this part of making sure we have related services for for ESY summer school, or is this completely different?
This is just to get us through through the end of the school year. We already have our speech therapist and our occupational therapist, district employees lined up for summer school.
Incredible. Thank you so much. So Trustee Otmar, did you have any questions on this item after the description?
I do not, no,
Okay.
thank you.
Trustee Brian Swanson?
No questions, thank you.
I do not have any questions. Trustee Student Pavla?
I'm all good, thank you.
Okay. Clerk McNary?
No questions.
No questions. Okay, so this item, we're gonna do this one by one. And so the item is the OT item here. So it's a walk-on contract for services with Monterey Bay Children's Therapy. Is that correct, Claire?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you so much. So let me do public comment on this and then we'll do a vote on it. Is there any public comment in person or online? Lewis, it doesn't look like there's anyone online. Nobody in person. Okay. So we would need a motion and a second on this, if anyone would like to make a motion.
I'll move to approve the contract.
Okay. And a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Clerk McNary, seconded by Trustee Brian Swanson. Roll call vote, please, Mandy.
President Swanson,
Aye.
Clerk McNary,
Aye.
Trustee Otmar,
Aye.
Trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much on that one, Claire.
Thank you all.
Put that to the side. And then you have a second one, right?
I do.
Okay,
The
please go ahead.
second- The second is contract for services with Adriana San Millan, school psychology and special ed services. We also brought this forward at our last school board meeting. Similar situation. We have a request for an independent education evaluation for speech and language. And as I described in the cover sheet, this is required under the Individuals with the Education Act when a parent would like a second opinion on an outcome of an assessment for a student.
Yes, thank you so much. That was a great description. Trustee Brian Swanson, any questions?
No questions. As always, Director Davies, I'm looking at you like you can see me, but everything's always so thorough. And so thank you for presenting it, and thank you for everything over all the years too. You know how I feel. And so I'm not going to go too deeply into it, but you're going to be terribly missed. So thank you for everything you've done. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'm next, actually, so I don't have any questions or comments on this. Student trustee Avila?
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay. Clerk McNary,
No questions.
trustee Otmar.
Nope, none for me.
Okay, that was really quick because of your very good description, Claire. Okay, so we're gonna need to do public comment on this. So Lewis, anyone online? No? Okay, anyone in person would like to speak on this? Okay. All right, we're gonna need a vote and a second, please. Or a motion, I'm sorry, and a second.
I'll move to approve this contract as well.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Clerk McNary, seconded by trustee Otmar. Roll call vote, please, Mandy.
President Swanson,
Aye.
Clerk McNary,
Aye.
trustee Otmar,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Director Davies.
Thank you all.
Okay, moving on to the next part of our agenda, which is a public hearing. This is going to be led by Director Rogaman. It's public hearing of the Desmos Mathematics Program for Pacific Grove Middle School, math grade 6, 7, and 8. And I do believe I need to open the public hearing with a clink of this gavel and say the time. So it is now 8:12. I'm opening the public hearing.
Well done. My name is Buck Rogaman. I am the Director of Curriculum and Special Projects for the district, and it is my pleasure to bring to you a new math adoption for grades 6, 7, and 8 at PG Middle School. The program is called Desmos Math, and they've just partnered with Amplify, and they've created a math program that emphasizes a conceptual understanding of math subjects. The teachers at PG Middle reviewed about 8 different programs. And when they decided to pilot, they went with Desmos Math because that stood out for its high interest level for teachers and also students. They have real world problems that introduce concepts so students can see how the math they're learning is going to apply to situations outside of their lives. The pilot existed throughout the fall, and it was unanimous in the department that Desmos is the choice that they wanted to make for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math. Now, the students that are going to be taking IM1 in 8th grade will still be using the Big Ideas curriculum that is used at the high school. However, our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students will be using Desmos Math as well as some supplemental materials. I had the good fortune of being able to go by the middle school this afternoon to get some feedback from the students about the program. So I stopped by a 6th grade class as well as a 7th grade class, and some of the comments that they made about the positive aspects of the program. The 6th grader said, I like that there are a lot of materials you can use. You can write on the computer and add dots with the mouse to help you count and not lose track of what you are counting. They like the way the program is set up, meaning the interface that they use to work out problems in the program is something that is pretty accessible for the students to be able to use. Some like the simplicity of the problem solving, meaning that there were some students that liked the real world problems that helped lead them into math. Others just like having problems that they get to hammer out. And so Desmos has a pretty good combination of both. However, it is stronger in that conceptual aspect of teaching math. And so the teachers understand that they will do some supplementing with other materials to have just like the straight problems ready to go for the children as well. Also, the children kind of have the choice to either work the problems on the computer interface that they're given or on paper. So they liked that. And they also like the drag and drop parts, meaning when they're working with fractions and things of that nature, there are basically digital manipulatives that they can use on the screen to help understand the concepts of math that they're going to learn. As far as the thorns from the sixth graders, they said that it could give clearer instructions in the online lesson. Sometimes the problem just said solve, and it didn't tell them how to solve the problem. And so what you see there is a little bit of a residual from the SWAN math program, where those of you that may have tried to help your students at home with some of the SWAN math problems understand that there are multiple methods that students learn in order to approach a math problem. And SWAN specifically tells you which method that they want you to use to try to solve the problem. So when they made the shift to Desmos and it just said solve, and the student had to decide for themselves, sometimes that's looking like a transition that our sixth graders are going to have to make. When we went to the seventh grade class, the students said, what I like about Desmos is that it's pretty simple and it explains what to do. You can see what answers your classmates got on certain questions. So this doesn't mean that you have the ability to cheat off your classmates, but what Desmos has is a collaborative interface where students can share their work with other students during a portion of the program that's called Share Your Thinking. So they can go through and explain how they solve their problems with their peers, so that the peers can also be able to access some of the work that they did. I like how Desmos has an autosave feature. Don't we all need an autosave feature in our lives? Desmos has more explanation on how to do it and solve the problems as opposed to big ideas. One said that they like that you start off with something that is easy to grasp and it increases. So what this student was talking about is that Desmos has what's called a low floor and a high ceiling. The low floor means that it's easy for students to access the problems at the entry level, but then those real world problems increase in complexity as the student enters the problems. In that sense, it's somewhat similar to the performance tasks that we would see on the CASP testing, and it does align with our California state standards and the SBAC testing. Big Ideas is lifeless, is what one of the students said. While Desmos teaches you the topics you have to know in order to solve the problems, you can make videos to explain how to solve the problems. Sometimes you have fun games. The turtle game was one that received strong, kudos from the kids. Big Ideas would be better used as a review tool than a teaching tool. Like how Desmos automatically goes to the next slide. So there's a smoother interface, I think, than the online interface that Big Ideas has. And you can also do it as a class. Big Ideas is more individualized. So you can see students expressing a preference for some of the collaborative nature that Desmos brings with it. What the seventh grade students didn't like is that Big Ideas does show you how to solve the problem. So I think that there might be more modeling done in the Big Ideas program, where it's more of a teaching learning aspect that's going on in Desmos. You can't check your answers every time. It depends on the set of slides. So sometimes the teacher provides answers for the students so they can check their work. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes there's a lot of information on the slides and it can be hard to understand. And the students thought maybe do a mix of both. So what the students are talking about is it's nice to have that Desmos approach to teaching at the conceptual level, but it's also nice to have just the practice problems as well. And so when we talked with our staff, one of the things I think that's reflected in the cover sheet is that there are more resources and it's more accessible for staff to be able to supplement kind of that problem aspect of a math program. It's harder to supplement on the conceptual level. So for that core instructional piece for math, the conceptual aspects of Desmos are what led to its adoption. We have Principal Roach here, who was here and present for a lot of the instruction that happened with Desmos. And I think we might have some of our middle school math colleagues online in case you have questions for me that I am unable to answer. So that's kind of an overview of Desmos. Again, it would be used for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. The contract is for $28,000, and that will be for 2 years. The middle school liked the flexibility of a 2-year program, so that you don't have to wait for 6 to do a new adoption if you wind up having to shift, but you could opt to use a different program after the 4th year. I think that they plan on making at least a 4-year commitment. Mr. Roach, is that accurate that we're looking at least a 4-year commitment? Okay. I'm going to say, because I'm not sure that the curriculum funding could consider a new adoption any sooner than that. So, great. Okay, so if there are any questions that the trustees have, I'll be happy to entertain those at this time.
Thank you so much, Buck. I'm going to start with student trustee Avila.
I think this is great. Over my past 7-ish years, since I was a 6th grader at PG Middle, I've used Desmos in a lot of classes, not as a curriculum, but as different activities on different days. And it's wonderful. Just how interactive it is and things like that. I remember Miss Kong used Desmos all the time at the middle school. So I think it's great. I was never really the best at math, but it really helped me see things, especially with graphing. I think, like you might have said, you put in anything you want and you can see how the graph might change, how it like translates, anything like that. So I think Desmos is really great. So thank you.
Appreciate that feedback. And if I'm not mistaken, the turtle game is a graphing game, correct?
It is.
Yes, yeah. So I think you have to do the path of the turtle like that and so much more. Thank you, Mr. Roach.
And for the folks listening at home, Principal Roach agreed that the turtle game is a graph. Okay, and so Clerk McNary.
Thank you for the extremely thorough presentation and all of the information. I do appreciate hearing from the students how they're feeling about the program, because that's who are aiming to serve, and all the teachers for piloting and really thoroughly reviewing all of the possible options. So thank you for your work on this.
Trustee Otmar.
I love math. That was fun.
Yeah.
And it was nice to see how excited you are about it. And thank you for talking to students.
Sure.
I agree with you, Jen, and thank you, Ray, for talking about it too. I mean, we have to make sure that the student, of course, math teachers as well, but that the students are going to receive it well and that it's helpful for them. And it sounds great. So thank you.
You know, I think one of the things that's embedded in the adoption process is the teachers are the ones that are going to be seeing the students every day. And they don't want to adopt a curriculum that's going to make them miserable. So they'll understand, you know, the programs that are going to help them engage. And as a side note, we did a follow-up focus group on the chemistry and bio books that we just adopted in the consent agenda. And I can forward the feedback that we got from those groups to the school board members if you'd like to see those too. Okay.
Sure. Thank you, Trustee Otmar. Trustee Brian Swanson.
The comments that I thought were really great and it sort of reflected what I recall when my daughters were going through middle school with big ideas too, and some of the big frustrations and that we experienced too. So it sounds like an improvement, and maybe the nights will not be as late for some of our students now as they're coming up through middle school. So appreciate the presentation. Very thorough.
Happy to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for reaching out to the students, and thank you for, I feel heard, because last time I was like, what about the students? And so thank you for that, because you always did that when you were principal at Forest Grove too, when I came to you with concerns. And so I just love that part about how you really do listen and try to provide that. So just as a personal note, I was smiling while you were saying that. So thank you so much, Buck. I do have a couple questions.
Okay.
Okay. Tell me about the Spanish version, if there is one.
Mr. Roach, is there a Spanish interface that goes along with Desmos as well, or what kind of EL supports come with the program? Is that something that we might need to get back to the school board about?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I have a couple other questions while you're texting. I saw some really beautiful looking books out here in the district office. Is that where they're at, where the public can come look at them, or what
Yeah,
were those?
so what we have are the textbooks out there, and what I will do is I will work with Mr. Roach, because it would be great if maybe one of the middle school teachers could do kind of a screencast and go through the interface, so that any member of the public who wants to kind of get a flavor for the program will have the ability to do that. The books that you see out on the table are the workbooks, so that's only going to be the problems. The actual instructional materials are going to be part of the digital interface. So
Okay.
we'll work on trying to put together a screencast with a Chromebook that can live with those books. So if people want to, have a better idea of what the program actually looks like in action, that they'll be able to do that.
Thank you. And I think Principal Roach.
That there is a Spanish version.
And we're purchasing it as part of the
That is
bundle.
correct.
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
Something on a
much.
side note, and
Yes.
this sounds kind of weird, when we were perusing through it, and as Ray said, we've had Desmos as a supplement for quite some time. The conceptual component of it, which is very difficult to teach, is extremely strong. And so we just kind of waited out until they actually had a curriculum. But if you were to look at the names and the pronouns used in those books, it is absolutely cutting edge and in line with what our district's doing. So it's wonderful.
That's great. And there's a digital component and then the physical book, the hard copy component as well.
Whatever the student needs.
Oh, it's incredible. UDL, right? Okay. I'm gonna go for public comment because this is a public hearing. So if there's anyone here in person who would like to comment, please feel very comfortable in coming up. We would love to hear from anyone. And anyone online. Lewis is letting me know that nobody is online yet. I'm just gonna give it a second. This is the first round of so this is here as a public hearing item, and then at the next meeting, I believe it will be on consent. Is that right, Dr. Portas? Okay. So that's first reading here. And I don't see anyone with their hand up online or anyone here in public. So
We could provide you with some math problems while we wait for.
Yeah.
Principal Roach was offering
I
math,
would like that very
math
much.
problems.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, for trustee Otmar. Okay, so it's 8:26. I'm going to close the public hearing unless I have anybody want to say anything on it. Okay. All right. 8:26, close the public hearing. Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you. Okay. Moving on, action discussion. Just gauging when we should take our break because I feel like we're kind of needing a break right now, but we're gonna do one more item and then we'll take our break. So the next item is agreement for services with the City of Pacific Grove for a school resource officer. And this is going to be presented by staff member Joshua Jorn, who's Assistant Superintendent.
Thank you, President Carolyn. I'll just open it up for any questions. There were questions from the trustees early on, which was included in the document, so I can answer them publicly if the board so wishes.
Okay, let me go around and see. Clerk McNary.
I did have a few questions, which I submitted in advance. My questions were with regard to 3, I believe, reasonable changes to the current contract, which is different than the contract we've been approving for the last 4 or so years. The first one is with regard to monthly activity logs. Those were in the contract for the last 3 to 4 years. They weren't done. Being a contract deliverable and not having that done and then seeing it removed from this contract is concerning. I think removing that provision kind of dilutes the safety of the contract and removes the board's ability to see the data and monitor, evaluate, assess the benefits of the program. So I think that's an important check and balance that needs to be included. The second piece was this contract does not require, I guess, for lack of a better term, mandatory attendance for the SRO, weakens the language with regard to the SRO's attendance on campus. He is a full-time employee employed by the city, but we're paying $82,000 for his services. So I think this, in order to get our fair end of the deal, we should have a bit more security, knowing that we're going to have this, as stated, essential important service present on our campuses regularly. And the third piece that I wanted to mention that I think is important, and maybe this is just something we will be sure that we do, is a student survey to make sure kids do feel safe with this individual on our campus. I just want the data. I think I don't know what it would show, but we don't have it right now. And when we're talking about money and negotiations, $82,000 is a price. And I think all of our students have the right to feel safe in our schools. And that includes, our kids of color and other marginalized groups. So I need the data to feel comfortable moving forward tonight with the contract. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Clerk McNary. Trustee Otmar?
Thank you for bringing that up, Jen. I really appreciate those comments. I also had questions that I had written down about student surveys. Is there any on file, or in any previous years we've collected data from students?
No, we never had a formal survey before. We do have a survey we're going to put out tomorrow. It was just pending the discussion tonight in regards to the contract, but we've took Clerk McNary's suggestion and we just did a quick poll through the administration to find out what would be valuable. It's a 2-question, very easy. And so we're prepared to get that out tomorrow for the students. We just wanted to wait for the conversation for tonight.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Trustee Brian Swanson?
So the contract we have right now goes through June 30, right? So we have time to, if we push this to the next meeting. I wouldn't mind seeing survey results. You guys have it written already, but I hope it's short.
What are the questions? Can we?
Yeah, I
ask
can't
that?
say I provided a sample survey question to the district office. It was one that another local school district used
Yes,
when they polled their students. And it was literally one line, like, do you feel safe with the with the SRO/police officer on campus? And then multiple answers for them to respond in a comment. So
I can ask Director Algaze I just don't remember that off the top of my head, but he's been helping to manage it, so he can tell you.
Okay, well, no, I'm sorry. I thought for some reason you were going to go to your office and come back, but you have it in your mind. Thank you. That's incredible.
It was something, we broke it up into 2 questions. It was something to the effect of, are you aware of the police officer on campus? And the second one was, do you feel safe with the police officer on campus? Something along those lines.
Thank you for remembering that. That's incredible.
Not exact verbiage, but yeah, that's close.
He's young, he's got a sharp memory.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Louis. Okay. And Trustee Brian Swanson, was that all that you wanted to comment?
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with, I agree, with Clerk McNary and Trustee Otmar. And actually, and Brian too, because everybody had slightly different points. And so, yeah, I think we should look at the wording to make sure that the attendance is more mandatory. I understand that there might be illness and a circumstance that all, a perfect storm of a reason why there shouldn't be, but it sounded like our SRO this year was out 21 days. And I find that I don't know what the reasons are, because we're not the employer of this person, but going forward, I would like to see a goal of that vastly reduced. I would like to see them on campus as much as possible during the 180 days. So that wording, yes, I would like that to be looked at and updated as strongly as possible. The survey, I'm definitely in favor of that. I've been asking for that for a couple years. And so I'm glad to hear that I'm not the only one. And the monthly activity logs or some form of data that we can track. And that is the extent of my knowledge on it. So I would defer to the experts on SRO programs on what the appropriate data is to track. Maybe it's not monthly logs, but I don't know what it is. And there's got to be something since we're spending public funds on it. So Josh, go ahead.
Yeah. So just to address all of the comments
Yeah.
in one, the contract was reviewed by City of Pacific Grove's legal counsel and then our legal counsel. So first and foremost, it was done, finally it was completed by Lozana Smith on our end. And when we received the comments, we didn't have time to go back through the process of the back and forth with legal counsel. So
Sure.
definitely those comments will be considered, and if the contract is not to move forward tonight, and I mean, I believe the district also believes some of those need to be amended as well, and we just didn't have time to send it back through the
No
process
worries.
of review.
And that's why May 4th
Yep.
might be the ticket
Right.
for this.
So, and then second, he's employed by the district half-time essentially, right? So we pay for half of the salary, half of the contract. So I wanted to be clear on that. Officer Hanks is with us, I mean, a majority of the time. And discussion had evolved with the chief as well about potentially including some of the other deliverables moving forward. So we will have that discussion with the chief and with Officer Hanks. And if we are not moving forward with the contract tonight, we can bring it back on the 4th.
Okay, that sounds great. And they did do, we're kind of pulling apart the contract right now, but I do think it's important to say that this program has been very well supported by staff. We had many people come up and support it. We're not, I don't know. I think that's important to just kind of balance our comments tonight and let everyone know that this isn't anything against the individual who is the SRO right now. Or it's looking at the program in general, making sure we can kind of assess and evaluate going forward, make sure we're spending public money on something that we're actually tracking and evaluating. So student trustee Avila.
I think everything's been pretty clear so far, so I think I'll hold off. Thank you.
Okay, so
Madam President, if I may, just a couple of notations.
please.
I think it might be good for the board to give us some suggestions of what we're looking for then for some sample language of what you'd like to see in the contract in regards to the attendance. We had the presentation last time when the chief was here, and I know that she was hoping to hear any suggestions or recommendations then. I know we didn't have really a lot of opportunity to give the feedback. She did express why the logs were not included pretty clearly in regards to why it's not in the contract and their concerns about making a public record with students' names. I know she went through that pretty in depth. We can certainly recommend something else, but not knowing what the board would like to see as language, it puts us in a position of trying to kind of make a guess. And I know that Chief also mentioned in her presentation that she needs to get this before the city council as soon as possible to get the budget for the officer. I know they're waiting. So certainly we can do what we need to do and make the recommendations and the changes and delay it to another meeting. But I just want to let you know, I don't know if they will have the opportunity and time to do that. So the only risk, and again, I'm not taking any side on it, the only risk is that the police department may say, we can't do it this next year because the contract time is now come and gone. I don't know. We'll talk with them. But I think it would be helpful if there's some sample language that you would like us to bring forward, because it's going to have to go back to the attorneys. So there'll be that cycle of going to the city attorney and then to Lozano Smith and then back. And that, I don't know that's going to make it within the 2-week span, but having something would be helpful for us.
Okay, so first of all, on the attendance language, that we can parse this out. So attendance language.
On the first page of I would say revert back to the language of the previous contract, because the attendance language under number 2, regular hours of duty of the SRO, it used to be a mandatory letter D, when it now says, when possible, the city will ensure the SRO schedules time off for vacations and floating holidays during periods when school is not in session. It used to say the city shall ensure the SRO schedules time off for vacations and floating holidays. So it's making it more permissible and flexible on the part of the city, and that's not going to allow us to have as much of the benefit of the contract, in my opinion. The same thing with the provisions with regard to the monthly log that was included in all of the previous iterations of the contract. And I do think those logs are appropriate. They are what is used by other local school districts who have SROs. Both police departments and school districts are very used to dealing with confidential information and know how to redact documents. So I don't want that to be a barrier. I'm not looking for students' names. I'm looking to know just generally, what is the SRO doing from Monday through Friday? Like, what campuses does he touch? How many hours a day is he teaching DARE? Is he at the high school for most of the time, or is he other places? I have no idea, other than when I see him driving around town. So I would just love to have that information. I'm not looking for some hidden, item to pick at. I just don't know.
Yeah, and also, just to add to that, I think that the public may think, oh, you have an SRO, so you have a police officer at all the campuses at all time, and we have this increased security, but that may not be the case. We have one dedicated SRO, and so I don't want to talk too much about safety or our vulnerabilities, but yes, we would like some more kind of, I don't even want to say accountability, because I don't want to make it sound like they haven't been accountable, but we just have no information really as a board, and we're approving it. So does that help with the data piece?
I think so, yeah.
Jen's more than
I
mine.
have Mandy's also taking notes, so we'll pull
Okay.
it all together.
And then survey, we did hear from Lewis, who knows exactly pretty much what the survey is right now. And so board, do we have any input on the survey, or did you need that, Dr. Porter?
I think we're ready to roll with it.
Okay.
And just
Survey's
wanted
good.
to keep it simple, quick and easy. So we'll put that
Absolutely.
out.
And I will say about the survey, if you can make sure you can parse out the data for sites. So I don't want just one that's, you were already going to do that. Okay. Yeah. Site by site, I think is important. Go ahead, Trustee Otmar.
Ray, can I put you on the spot for a moment? The survey questions, does that feel like something that, if those are the questions asked to you, do you feel like there's something else you would want to add? Do you feel like that's enough information we're gathering?
Yeah, I think it probably should be enough.
Okay.
If there are, I'll look over them again, and if there are, I can email you.
Mhm.
But I think that should be good.
Okay. Do you know that there's a SRO present, and do you feel safer with the presence of an SRO on campus? Do you think that feels A-okay?
Yeah,
Just us two? Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, there's not really, I don't think a whole lot more to it. So I think that, yeah, those are two really solid general questions.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And if we're asking the same questions of an elementary student, then those are ones that are going to be understandable for all levels too.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, that's a good point. Good question, Trustee Otmar. Thank you for including Ray on that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Ralph, how do you feel with the direction that's been given on this? Okay,
I think I'm pretty clear on it. So we'll.
thank you for asking for us to
Of course,
clarify.
no, it's very helpful. This can hopefully expedite things. So for sure.
So much.
Mhm.
Okay, and so this one I don't believe we're going to vote on, correct? Because it's going to come back on May 4th. So we're going to go, and I would actually, I think it's okay for us to ask for public comment on it, even though we're not going to vote on it. What do you think, Dr. Porter?
It's certainly up to you. And I would just recommend you just for the sake of it, just do a quick vote to table it for the next meeting so that it's official. And it's done.
Okay, I'll do that after public comment. Thank you. Okay, anyone wanting to comment on this, please do. Yes, we do have somebody. Okay. We have someone here in person, and we'll keep an eye if anyone has anything online.
Good evening again, trustees. I know that you've heard numerous people speak in the past about the benefits, the safety benefits of having, our SRO on campus. And if the question that you have to weigh is the safety benefit of having the SRO or making the contract say exactly what we wanted to say, I would err on the side of keeping the program alive. We could always revisit the contract in another year. We've had the program for a number of years now. So I think that the continuity, rather than missing a year because of trying to work out language on a contract, I think would be too much of a sacrifice when you're looking at the safety of our children and our staff. And I'm speaking not only as a staff member, but someone who's married to someone that works at the high school and someone who had a child that went through PPG HS. Okay.
Thank you. And I don't believe we're at that juncture right now, but thank you so much, Director Rogaman. Go ahead, Lewis, somebody online. Oh, Principal Martinez, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I was going to address this in my safety update to the board, but it's appropriate to do it now. At the safety symposium yesterday, we went in depth over threat assessment. Many of our district staff members, admin, have been trained and received a certificate in level 1 and level 2 threat assessments. And we don't mean threat assessment by like a falling tree onto a school, or it's about the student, right? It's about identifying a student who could either harm themselves or do some harm to others. And what we learned at the conference yesterday was more than 86% of any hostile intruder from a student's perspective that comes back on campus, either to carry out harm or to plot harm, is in the double digits. So for those out in the community who are wondering why our SRO is at the high school, it's because of the percentage of students who are at the high school are the students that he needs to reach the most, to build those healthy relationships, to build those relationships of trust. And I believe he does that. So if he's not at the elementary schools or the middle schools as much, that could be the reason. I wanted to bring that to the forefront. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have someone here in person. Go ahead.
Hi, hello again, board. Sean Keller, principal at Robert Down. And I just wanted to point out that we've had multiple SROs during my lifetime here in the district. They aren't always men. I would assume because of the length of time that SRO Hanks is, or his tenure, he's probably up for a change. That usually happens within every several years. They usually choose kind of a younger officer, no offense to any veteran officers, but the ones that I know are to step into the role are outstanding. So just wanted to point that out. And also just coming from the high school and now working at elementary school, I totally agree that the SRO needs to be housed at the high school. You look at our high school, I know the board in the past has talked about gates and fencing and all this stuff. And, we have full access to that campus. So I understand why that individual will be there. Also being the former assistant principal dealing with discipline. I've said it before, I'll keep saying it, that you really do want to have that liaison from a police force on a campus and within the district to help with the communication. PGUSD is my 6th district. It's only, I've only worked for 2 districts that have had SROs, and that was Fresno Unified and PG Unified. And I'm telling you, there was completely different reasons to have the SRO at Fresno High with 22 known gangs on campus. And there's definitely reasons to have an SRO within our district. If you just said, well, Mr. Keller, what are some of the things you dealt with? I could be here for hours. Honestly, we're a small town, but unfortunately we have a lot of kids taking risks and they're not healthy, but they're happening. And I have to tell you that all of the SROs that I've worked with over the years have been counselors more so than a police officer. Thank you.
It sounds like you're making sure that we know that it's important that the SRO is there as much as possible on a daily basis for 180 days.
Definitely.
And that's what we're
But we
going
also
for.
have training, so I think that needs to be worked out in the contract.
Yes.
For sure.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Erica Chavez, Robert Down. If we're looking at surveying students, and obviously I know you wouldn't just send out a questionnaire to kindergartners, but I think we also need to make sure that we're using vocabulary that children are familiar with. They might not know that he is SRO Officer Hanks. They call him Officer Hanks. So just being mindful of what we're asking our children and our families and age appropriate, please.
Thank you. Oh, Lewis.
Can I make a comment in response to that?
Sure.
Okay. The survey question I got was from another local district who surveyed elementary kids all the way through high school. And it was done by an outside organization that handles these types of things. So for modeling after that, I think we're pretty safe in reaching all of the kids, but thank you for making that point.
I'm not up here to create a little more work for myself, but I think it'd be good not only to survey the students, but also the staff. Because the SRO is there really to support the staff in handling situations as well. Well, a lot of students, they're more oblivious. They're kind of going around their busy day and not necessarily paying attention to what could go wrong. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you. Board, on that suggestion, add staff to it.
I really don't see how that could hurt. I mean, I think that having the opinion of everyone that's involved, I think the more information, the better. I mean, it's a survey, it's a couple questions, and I don't see the harm. I think that that's a good idea. Thank you for bringing that up.
Especially if we can see this is staff results and student results and broken down by site. Matthew Binder. What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, different questions?
Well, same question.
Just a different
A
verbiage.
couple of points of consideration. Our survey tool for this was to be the student view application that's associated with Synergy. Students in grades 3 and up have already used Student View to access the core SEL survey. So they're familiar with logging on and linking through that interface. So with regards to surveying the very younger of our students, that is something that would have to be considered from a logistical standpoint, and the mode and the format. We will probably not have answers to the details of that by Monday, just to be very clear cut with what's going on here.
Okay, so board, do we want to direct to start at 3rd grade and up, or do we want to direct to start at kindergarten? Trustee Otmar?
I suppose it depends on how official the survey needs to be. I know that sounds odd, but I mean, Mrs. Chavez, it could be perhaps you ask the question and there's raised hands and you write down the number of kids with a raised hand that say yes and no, and it could be as easy as that, just so we have the information. And then maybe that can go kinder through 2nd, and then 3rd grade up can be electronic. That's just a thought, but I mean, we at least get the information as quickly as possible.
And maybe the survey needs to go home to the parents so they can ask their, I don't know, I'm just trying to think this through so the teachers are not having to do the surveys. I don't know. I don't know the logistics of this. I'm not the expert on it, but Clerk McNary?
I'm not an expert in how to distribute a survey either. I guess I feel like my role as a board member is to say we need a survey, and then it's up to staff to determine how that survey is sent out and in what medium to all of the participants who need to receive it. So that's kind of where
I agree.
that's the end of my information.
I agree. Thank you for that. Trustee Brian Swanson?
Well, it feels like we're going down a little bit of a rabbit hole here with the survey thing now.
It does.
You know, I think that the survey would be nice to have for us to look at and go, okay, but I don't think, again, anybody's really against having an SRO either. I think we want to make sure our contract is right and that it's polished up appropriately, but I think it's generally supported pretty well by the community and the staff and the students. One of my concerns is with the city and having to get this contract done, what kind of a timeline are we on? I want to make sure that we don't push too far and then we're without.
Yeah, just texting the chief now. I think their timeline is May 3rd for the next city council meeting, which was when they were intending to bring it. So we will not make that timeline with our next board meeting. However, just in the course of saying, hey, we want to get some amendments to you, or can we get it? It looks like we can try to make it work. So
I mean,
We can also, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brian.
would it be possible to push forward the contract that we have and then present language later to, to us and to them? It's like, we'd like to tweak the language on this, knowing that at least we can give the city, the police department, the opportunity to secure the funding with the city.
Great question. We'll ask the city manager and the chief. I don't.
Josh, you're shaking your head no. Yeah.
It seems messy to me because
Well,
the
it is
contract
messy.
should
The whole
be.
thing's gotten messy and.
But I'm wondering if the solution is to hold a very brief special meeting once we have it. And we could even, I mean, I was gonna say we could do it on Zoom. We can't do it fully on Zoom, I don't think, but a special meeting that would be 10 minutes long or something like that in the name of balancing out, getting it to chief by May 3rd or 72 hours prior so that it can be on their agenda properly.
We'll get on it, and it looks like early next week is the time for us to be able to get everyone in the conversation. So
Okay.
we'll get on it and see what's going on with timeline. If it looks like our board timelines will work for them, then we'll just follow that. If it looks like it needs to be expedited, we'll suggest a special meeting and go that route too.
Okay.
So we'll take a look at what options are there
Thank you.
and massage it out.
And we do hear that that the priority is in, making sure the program continues. And so survey wise, the survey doesn't have anything to do with the contract. So that's an item we can discuss later or whatever. That will not hold up the contract, but attendance, mandatory attendance or stronger wording on attendance and some sort of data point is what we're looking for. Okay, thank you so much. Hi, we've got a member of the public, I believe, who absolutely, you're welcome to.
My name is John Martin. I'm the new physical education teacher at high school. As far as Officer Hanks, I can tell you.
Microphone, Mike.
There's a button there.
Oh, right here.
There you
go.
Sorry about that. Again, my name is John Martin, the new PE teacher up at the high school. I just wanted to say, as far as Officer Hanks, in my experiences in my short time at the high school, he's definitely well respected by the students and the staff at the high school. And the need to have him on our campus is very essential. And just the fact being a PE teacher, going down to the stadium to do PE classes, we are sharing the facility with the public. Anybody can go down there. Forest Grove PE classes also go out there. So just the comfort of having a resource officer on our campus makes me feel more comfortable as a teacher. And I'm sure the students would probably say the same thing. So I think it's very essential. I came from Salinas where we had a resource officer on campus and he was a very good officer and I feel comfortable there. So I think moving forward, we should definitely keep that going and make all the students and staff feel comfortable in our community.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. Okay, so we are going to, seeing no more public comment, we are going to allow staff to work on this after the meeting. We may possibly do a special meeting in respect of time. And Ralph, there was something you wanted me to do. What was it? After I did public comment and I didn't write it down. It was a really good idea. Do you remember? Oh, take a vote on tabling.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you, teachers. Whoever, thank you. Okay, vote on tabling. Okay, do we have a motion and a second on tabling this item to May 4th?
Sure, I'll move to table the item until May 4th.
I'll second.
Or can I just interject again before we, since we're talking about maybe a special meeting, again, I'm still concerned about the timeline and us waiting too long. If we're going to have a special meeting, could we possibly tag 10 minutes onto our workshop-y thing next week? Yeah, the 28th. Could we put it on that? We're going to knock this thing out if you guys could have the language ready by the 28th. Think so?
Well, anything can be added to that agenda for sure. It is a general meeting. I guess my first reaction would be, let us see what we can do.
Okay.
And then if we feel like, yeah, we do need to get to it before the 4th, we'll clearly let you all know and then ask the question, because we can do it's okay to do a poll in regards to getting this onto the agenda. So we can always ask and just say, hey, is this good to get it on there? And we'll get it on. So we'll give you some options. I appreciate, I'm also very concerned about the timing, but the chief has always been very responsive. So let's see what we can do.
Okay, so one step at a time, but that will be something that your office will keep in their minds when we're finalizing the agenda for the 28th that we might need to put it on.
Oh, absolutely.
As a backup. Okay. So there was a motion on the table. So was it Clerk McNary who made the motion and I seconded it? Okay. Roll call vote, please.
President Swanson,
Aye.
Clerk McNary,
Aye.
Trustee Otmar,
Aye.
Trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, I promised everyone a break. It is 8:58. We're gonna come. Do I see trustees? Clerk McNary, did you have an issue? Sorry, I was reading into body language. Okay, we are going to take a 15-minute break and we'll be back at 9:13. Thank you. But I believe he is going to zoom in. Oh gosh, he's going to zoom in and contribute to the PE item. And speaking of the PE item, if it's okay with the board, I've had a request to move the PE item up to right now. So that would be in the. Yes,
all like,
so
"Woo."
PE item would be right now, if that's okay with the board, and procedurally, that sounds like it's okay, Ralph, with you.
Yeah, as long as they're doing some calisthenics while it's happening. No, just kidding. I think as long as the board,
So late, you're gonna make him work
that
hard.
should be fine. Not a-
Okay. Yeah, so information discussion item A, which is physical education program presentation, will begin now. And this is being led by Director Rogaman. And
He's back.
before you start, I will thank all of you for contributing your information into the packet beforehand. It was really thorough and it gave all of us a chance to read it all so we can have a really effective meeting. So thank you for putting all of your information in advance.
I'm not going to stand in the way. I'm not going to stand in the way of this incredible presentation that the PE department has. We're ready to go. Just the one thing I would like to do is echo the thanks that President Carolyn said. I know, especially at this time of the year when things are starting to move really, really fast, just the level of effort that you're putting into every single day teaching. So thank you all for taking the time to kind of share what we do in PE to make sure that we're raising healthy and happy kids. So Ms. Tobin, if you want to take over.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. We love to tell you about what we love to do. And because I won't take a lot of time, please know that come to our campus and watch it any day. We teach PE every day. And a couple of you have, and we love it. We just love it because it's a joy for us to teach children. We're privileged to teach them, at least at the elementary level, every day. And that relationship we just hold so dear with every student we've got. So we do have a California state curriculum that we do follow for physical education. And you can look it up. I have the whole thing here, but it is what we base our physical education program on. It is meant for K through 5, and of course, we'll extend it to TK. As we greet our little ones next year, I've got experience in it. So I just know that the attention span is a little bitty. So, we just grow it as the children go through the grades. In addition to the standards, know that our physical education department with Roberto Dixon and myself, we also implement our toolbox program for social emotional development. And we look to the California Dairy Council to provide our nutritional guidelines, just basic nutrition for kids of what makes our bodies run effectively and feeling good every day. And we also do the 5th grade physical education fitnessgram that then they are tested by the state. This is a state requirement, 5th grade, 7th grade, and 9th grade. And we also prepare those 5th graders for what they're going to see in middle school. So in addition, I know at Robert Down, we have an extensive special needs education department. Berlin Santana comes to us once a week, once every other week. And in between there, we do a check-in with her. She's from MCOE and she's kind of overlooking adaptive PE, but also we have extensive experience in it. And those children join us in every one of our PE classes every day. And we are always keeping in mind the activity we're doing, plus how can we serve everyone that comes with us. And it's a pleasure to do that. Our goals are to meet the students and evaluate them quickly at where they are, because we know with a lot of homeschooling, et cetera, we had a little setback in many ways, including, the skills need to grow. And if they missed something, we feel pretty caught up at this point, but we really take that time on developing skill and developing confidence in how those children are. No one should be afraid of a ball or of catching or of things that, I know my PE had none of that in it. And if you speak to my family members, it's why they wonder why I do what I do. And I wanted this experience to always be completely different for children than if you were naturally good at it, you were going to be fine. Otherwise, it was not a good time. So we really look to finding everything that every child will like to do at some point along the year. They won't like everything, just like in their classroom, but we always find something. All right. We're doing the dancing right now. And I have a few children, frowning. And I go, yeah, but who is the best shimmier, And as they look at me, like, what is the matter with her? I say, Steph Curry. Right. He sinks another 3-pointer and down the court. Right. And oh, I can do that. And I'm like, yes, now we have them dancing. So it's just the things like that of helping them connect why this matters to them. So how do we get this in? How do we get this all in? We have every day 30 minutes, Roberto and I. And what we do as our instructional strategies, we always have the kids do a little cardiovascular health, running to Mr. Tree. You might hear about Mr. Tree, Mrs. Tree. Sometimes it's more trees, and getting some of that in. And then we do that bit of explanation and demonstration. It's not just telling them how you throw it, but we are very active in using each other as partners, using students as our assistants for the day, and then providing as much activity time as possible. We do take Tuesday for Toolbox for the emotional and social growth. And on Fridays, we just implemented Tell Me Something Good Fridays, so that everybody's getting to say something that they are looking forward to or had a great time during school. And it just promotes community and confidence and speaking. If it's a first grader, can you say that in one full, complete sentence? So we always add in, and we ask the teachers where they're at in the classroom so that we can support what they are doing as well. I think the best thing about it is seeing these children every day for 6 years. Now it'll be 7, right? And that's and then they come back to us from the middle school. They come back to us from the high school because we had them for so long and got that relationship going. You can see now during the pandemic, we looked at it as an opportunity. We did not want children to, especially being inside at the first, right? And then not being able to go play with their friends, not being able to go a lot of things. We developed those Vimeos and the documentation that went with it so that every teacher could provide it written, every teacher could provide the video. And then we held a video meet with them once a week where we reviewed what they had been seeing in the Vimeos. And we wound up with 216 of them. We're proud of it because we documented our curriculum. You can go to any one of those and see at what point we are on the curriculum with them. And it covers it fully. We were busy.
Yes.
Our Mondays were full of videos, and then Tuesday through Friday was full of teaching. And that's how we chose to keep delivering to kids. And Jeff Gray will tell you, the enormous effort that they did over at Forest Grove as well. So if you have any questions for me, wonderful. Otherwise, I'm going to hand it over to Jeff so that he can specifically talk about his site as well. Yeah, there you go.
Board, is it okay if we hear all the presentations and then ask questions at the end? Okay. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry if I look a little more shaggy than everybody else. I just came from one of the baseball games, and I'm extremely fortunate that my job at being a PE teacher allows me a little bit more time than maybe one of the other teachers at the school to coach. And it's one of the things I'm lucky enough to do is to be able to coach baseball and football, and to have taught PE at Forest Grove School for the past 33 years. At Forest Grove, where I went to school, and to the middle school and to the high school. And so I am just one of the luckiest people in the world to be able to work again where I grew up. Backpacking on Peggy a little bit, we really want to emphasize participation, safety, and sportsmanship. And the thing that I'll try to emphasize right now is the safety aspect, and just kind of give you a couple ideas on or examples of what we do to try to make things a little bit safer with our activities. For example, I like to think that we are one of the few elementary schools in California, who knows, maybe the nation, that has an elementary golf class that we do once a month. And the safety part of the golf club is the soft orange head and the tennis balls that we use. So that's one example where we use a very safe mode with our activities. The second example would be in volleyball. In volleyball, we have these really soft balls that, the high school balls are just going to hurt the kids' wrists. But these nice squishy, soft tether volleyballs are just excellent for building confidence. And again, making sure that they can get in there and not hurt their wrists. Two more examples. With little kids, instead of using the hard plastic frisbees, we've got these really soft frisbees where, again, if somebody misses it and gets bonked on the head, again, there's no issues. And so I think these are really important to have instead of just, the regular old plastic frisbees that you can see that you see most of the time. And then the last thing, and this is probably one of the most used, one of the most used things that we use for any of the activities, especially when it comes to, let's say, for example, soccer. Back when we were kids, we might have called them Nerf balls, but they kind of have a different, they have these alligator skins, but these things are just great as far as being able to kick or throw or catch with confidence and not having to worry about a ball hitting you and hurting you and hitting you in the head, especially with those, you've got a big difference in athleticism between your top athlete and your bottom. And when a top athlete kicks the ball and somebody gets hit in the head, with a regular soccer ball, you're going to have an issue. With these types of balls, you're really bringing out safety and confidence. And that's where we're at, is we want everybody to participate safely and confidently. Even though if you're not the best athlete, we want you to be able to get in there and participate just like anybody. So those are some examples that we like to use every day at Forest Grove and Robert Down as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Yes, I'm Mr. D. Everybody knows me as Mr. D. At Robert Down Elementary School. I've been here probably about 36, 37 years teaching PE at Robert Down. The good part about Robert Down, like Peggy said and Jeff said, is we have those kids every day, no matter if it's minimum day, no matter if it's a short day. So we pretty much know the kids better almost than anybody on the campus. We believe our philosophy is, number one, if you ever pass by Robert Down, you can see 10 games going along. We don't agree with having 10 people in line. You'll see maybe 4. And it could be 10 different lines, 15 different lines. And I want to invite you guys personally to come play with the kids. Come see what we do. Every now and then, Mr. Porras comes. I try to get him to play Simon Says, but he doesn't want to play. Yeah. But we're in a unique situation in Pacific Grove. And the reason why is in 2016, we were named the number one in the state of California elementary PE program in 2016. And one of the reasons was that we have them for PE every day. And that's huge. You go to other districts, PE once a week. So I want to invite you. I want to get you excited just like the kids. And I think it's real important that we have physical education because it works also with the classroom factor. That takes that edge off. So then when they go to class, they're more focused and they're ready to go. And in conjunction with the middle school, we make sure we talk to them to make sure that we're doing the right stuff to prepare them for middle school with the right curriculum. About 20 years ago, Pacific Grove came up with our own curriculum with adapted PE in it, and on top of the California curriculum also. So we're kind of right in the middle of that, and we make sure we get everything done. So thank you for having us. And again, I invite you guys to come and play with us. Why not? All right. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Chip Dory. I'm going to have Desi just stand up here with me if you don't mind, because we have a little presentation that we'd like to go through. I teach all the 8th graders and half of the 7th graders at our school. Desi?
And I teach all the 6th graders and the other half of the 7th grade at PG Middle School.
And so we up on the board, we each have an aide. My aide is Brandon Rosa and
My aide is Adon Hall.
here's just a quick example of a 7th grade standard that both Desi and I share. I put this up here for you so that you can see all the different elements that we're required to teach in our class, from catching, kicking, punting, striking, trapping, goes on and on. And we develop a curriculum that, because I see 7th graders and 8th graders, that it's not the same for 2 years in a row, so that it revolves and it alternates. So pick 8 sports and we go through those in 2 years. Net Generation is a organization that came and did a training with all of us PE teachers several years ago, and they gave us some curriculum and some free equipment. And I still use some of the curriculum that they gave us, so I threw that up there. We had a lot of talk about Officer Hanks tonight, and he's a curriculum, that DARE curriculum that he teaches. He does that through our PE class. And so once a week for 6 weeks, he'd come and I would take my 7th and 8th graders up to the library, and he goes through that drug and alcohol and healthy relationships curriculum. Some other stuff that comes up in PE is the Planned Parenthood curriculum. And then My Plate we use for nutrition. And Planned Parenthood's a once every other year curriculum. So some key goals for us. Really, I think the key goal for both of us is to make sure that we're giving students enough experience in different activities so that they can find something that they're really passionate about and incorporate that into their daily lives so that they can go ahead and live a healthy, happy lifestyle. There's some other bullet points up there that are super important that we talk about, work on a regular basis: collaboration and cooperative learning. We think that's a key ingredient to raising successful students, and PE is a perfect place to do that because we have so much space and opportunity to collaboratively work in small groups and space to design and create different things. Currently, right now, what they're doing is they work together with a small group. Each quarter, they get a different group. And right now, they built a game with their team. And we've been sort of setting the stage and giving them practice throughout the year. And they designed a game with their small group. And they set it up. They plan it, build it, teach it to the class, run it, ref it. And then we referee it, or they referee it. And then we debrief it the following day so that we can use most of the class period for the activity. And I find that debriefing part the best part because that's when that critical thinking comes into the actual physical activity where they're analyzing what works, what doesn't work. The class provides positive feedback. The group that ran the game, they provide the analysis and the critique of the game, what they could do better next time. So that's that collaborative and cooperative learning. Building and understanding cardiovascular endurance through running is a key thing. I read a book in the spring, and if any of you haven't read Spark, you have to read it. It is a revolutionary concept. And one of the most major quotes in there that I'm going to say tonight is cardiovascular exercise primes the brain for learning. Mm-hmm. And it could be one of the most important classes of the day for the kids. There's been revolutionary studies going on throughout the country where kids are doing PE early in the morning, and they're showing incredible benefits socially, academically, in their classes throughout the rest of the day. And I've even met with Mr. Roach, Mr. Devani, and we've started to develop some ideas in how to start to incorporate some of this in classes, in discipline procedures. And if you haven't read it, it's amazing. It's changed my whole approach to PE. It's not about how fast you run the mile. It's about what's your heart rate during your mile, making sure that heart rate is in that target heart rate zone. Doesn't matter if it's a 12-minute mile. Are you working at your capacity? That's a small piece. I could talk for hours about it. But next, skill development and technique. We talk a lot about technique and developing skills. It's no different than a math concept in math. Learning how your mechanics of your body and how to throw a ball correctly is working on your brain, which is benefiting you in all your other classes. So we spend a lot of time talking and working on skill development and technique for different activities, whether it's just bumping a volleyball, kicking a soccer ball, hitting a tennis ball, or with a racket, with a bat, whatever it might be. Really trying to create activities in class for student success. We want everyone to be successful. School is a place for learning. It should be a place where every student comes and they're allowed to fail and feel safe. And so really trying to create that culture where it's okay for kids to try new things. Hey, everybody's at a different spot, just like they're at a different spot with math. PE is no different. And that comes along with that sportsmanship piece, like was mentioned earlier. And then accountability for cleaning up, being kind to each other, doing the right thing when even with Mr. Dory's got his back turned, focused on some other students, is an important piece of what we do in class. This, of course, we collect data, we analyze that data. Is the strategies that we're working in class actually improving their cardiovascular endurance, upper body strength, which goes right into the fitness testing that we do every year. 5th grade, 7th grade, and 9th grade, we actually test all the students. So the 8th graders that are going to 9th grade, they know where they're at for next year when their data and their fitness actually counts to be sent off to the state. We talk about goal setting because we put the standards for those fitness tests up on the board early in the school year so they know what they need to reach by the end of the year, trying to really set them up for success. And then we want all students to be challenged. And I put this up on the board, and this is something that I came up with after reading Spark. And I call this a map run. And this is something that I designed, and this is a drawing of our field and our space that we have right outside on the other side of these windows. And what it is it's kind of a competitive, this is really taking the place of like the mile run for me, because the kids hate running just the mile on a regular basis. And so I said, how can we make it fun? How can we get equipment? And through my own reading of Spark and challenging myself to start to become more of a runner, I hate running on the blacktop. So how can we run in the dirt? How can we use the grass? How can we make it fun and jump and spin and just make it more enjoyable? Because that's what I found makes it more enjoyable for me. So this is a map run where I break the teams. Again, it was mentioned, I call Spark calls it small sided games. So instead of having 10 kids in a line, you have 5 kids in a line, 5 kids in a line. So if our teams have 6, we break it into 3 and 3. So there's 12 lines. There's 6 teams in each class, and they split up into 2. So when we start, we go for 25 minutes, and they alternate, and there's 2 people from each team out at a time, and they choose their own distance. And one of the things I tell them is you have to choose a distance that you know that you can be successful with. If you choose 9, you're walking, then you're going to lose a point. That's how you get part of your running grade in PE. So we've got distances that are probably, I would say 1 lap's a quarter mile. I'd say that's probably less, a third of a mile. And you've got a distance that's a quarter mile. You've got a distance that's 100 yards. So you got 5 distances that can all vary, and you make it kind of fun, and you put obstacles, and they jump over things and zigzag. And so they all have different distances that they can choose that work for them. So the kids at the top that are like on the cross country team, they're being challenged because they end up running almost 2 miles by the end of the class period. And then the kids that are just really developing that endurance, they end up running way more during this activity than they would during just a mile run. And they're running the whole time. So they're building that endurance to go longer. And we found that in the data that we're collecting through doing this, rather than just running the mile, our percentage of increase is substantially going up. Last time from quarter 2 to quarter 3, we had 80% of the kids improve their time through this model, through running, through reading Spark and coming up with these ideas, teaching them about heart rate, helping them learn about running form, their feet, how they hit the ground, how they use their arms, what they're doing with the rest of their body. And so getting really into the details and the technique of this stuff. So I could go on and on. I don't want to talk too much. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. Next slide, please. One of the things that we do for strength and fitness is we do circuits, and we give them 6 different places to do upper body strength, core strength, flexibility, whatever it might be. And so with it embedded in that, there's a lot of opportunity for choice in some of the activities. Maybe a couple choices for what they want to do for abdominal strength, what they want to do for upper body strength. And then I'm going to let Desi talk about the middle picture, because that was a quiz that they were doing for volleyball.
Yes, and the way we worked that was by having the kids, they became their own coaches. So they were broken off into their teams, and they were able to talk through the techniques that they were reading, and then helping the students that weren't as skilled. They were able to let them know, oh, next time, maybe you should try to put your hands this way. And they were coaching each other. They were giving each other feedback, and it was a really productive. That was actually on how to bump and set. So that was a really good activity that we did with all of the kids.
Sometimes I find they learn more from each other than they do from
Better
us.
than from us.
Sometimes I don't think they think I know what I'm talking about. But that's okay. I'm hoping that I'm really planting that seed. I'm hoping that'll play. No, dang. Okay.
That was the best thing.
That's okay. I'll send it to you guys.
Yes, you should.
So these are just some instructional strategies, just to name a few that we use in class between small groups. We use teams. We have a lot of group projects and collaborative projects, like I mentioned. Peer instruction, which comes out in our team game, which I mentioned as well. We have a weekly schedule, so they kind of know what to expect each quarter. 2 days a week, we work on our unit sport, which is kind of that sport of the quarter. And we go through the first part of the quarter, really focusing on skill development needed to play that sport. And then we start getting into the rules and playing that sport. And then we get into more official games towards the end of the quarter. And then a day of the week, we're focused on strength and fitness. Another day of the week, really with cardiovascular exercise. And then that last day of the week is kind of a fun Friday where we do a lot of different kind of collaborative group games. And then I do each quarter, we do, they collect points for some of the different activities that we do in class. And at the end, one team ends up having more points. And so I give out stickers at the end of the quarter to the team that ends up winning in that class period. Each quarter, those teams change, and I strategically pick how those teams go together. And blend students that I think really work well together. And student examples, I've kind of talked a little bit about some of that stuff, but also when we demonstrate things using students as examples in class too, and not just me demonstrating things so they can see their peers. We read articles and we have discussions. We sat one day and we read the intro, or we listened to the intro of Spark in class, because I wanted them to hear the science and the knowledge and the logic that's in the research that's going into fitness, so that they're understanding the background of why we do this and hearing the science and how it's beneficial. I think it's so important to kind of the understanding of what's going on in learning about PE, just in any other class. We modify and adapt as much as we can for injured students or student with special needs. We look at diagrams and charts when we're talking about heart rate, evaluate and reflect on a daily basis. Self-awareness and safety is a big one. They're really developing that self-awareness and learning how to be safe. Swinging a bat, no metal bats, just plastic bats, and you'd be amazed. It's they really have to be aware, and you have to be constantly on it. So it's just something that gets reinforced daily. Trustee Swanson, I'm not sure if you're in this picture, but I don't think we'll ever forget you walking out of the gym after boxing, sweating. That was really cool for all of us. But that's been a great unit for us the last couple of years to have Coach Rios from Boxing Strong come in and just empower kids. And it's just another opportunity for them to experience something that they might not get to experience. And a couple kids have latched on and really found interest in that sport. And that's really what we want, is for them to find something. And school's a place, I think, where a lot of these kids don't get opportunities like this outside of school. So I don't think they know how lucky they are to be in the school district with passionate teachers that really want them to, you know, find something they're interested in and care about to incorporate into their life. So.
One thing we didn't touch on in our slides was our SEL component, and something that, you know, this is my 25th year teaching PE, and I was in other districts that I didn't get the opportunity to do this type of thing. And virtual learning forced me to do this to make a connection with my students. And so I have a weekly weather check that allows the students to tell me how their weather is inside. And there's always, what are they grateful for? Because I really push gratitude and being thankful for just being here. And some quirky question like, what's your favorite flavor of cake or something? Or would you rather log roll all day or hop on one foot, you know, something like that. But it's been a great insight. A lot of students, when they know that I'm the only one looking at it, half the time they don't even know that I actually read it. And when I make a comment to them, they're like, oh, you read these? And I'm just like, well, why would I assign it if I don't? But it's a great connection, and some of them are blatantly honest, and I appreciate that. They give great suggestions, and some of them really share some things that they probably wouldn't have shared with an adult if they didn't have this other little online piece. So it's been really eye-opening since then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, thank you all for being here so late. Appreciate it. So my name is John Martin. This is my first year in the district and at Pacific Grove High School. And this is Donna.
I'm Donna O'Donnell. I'm the female teacher, the other one.
So just wanted to say before we get started on our stuff, as high school teachers, you know, I found that at our high school, kids come to our classes, whether it's the freshman classes or the upper class, they come prepared to be PE students. And all of the stuff that you just heard from the other schools, all the stuff that they do prepares them to come to the high school and be prepared for PE. And I just want to say, we really appreciate you guys, the work that you do, getting the students ready to be at the high school level and being excellent PE students. So you're all doing a great job. Really appreciate it. Thank you. It really does. I've been at schools where it's not like that. So it's definitely very beneficial to have such an excellent PE staff helping those young kids out. So if you're not familiar with the high school PE curriculum, students are required 2 years of physical education to graduate from high school. They can also take physical education as a junior and senior as elective credits. So we do offer classes at the high school that fulfill those things. The first year of PE are your individual dual sports activities. Second year, team sports, intro to weight training, and then they can also take dance and also advanced weight training as some of their classes for electives. So what Don and I are going to do, first, I'm going to read our mission statement that we have, and then Donna's going to talk about the classes she teaches, and then I'll talk about some of the classes that I teach for our weekly activities. So our mission statement is to provide a successful physical education program to the students at Pacific Grove High School that promotes a healthy environment, and to teach our students how to take care of their bodies and minds as they prepare for their future as a successful student and young adult. We're getting them ready for the next step, which is being an adult. They need to find things that they like to do, find ways to maintain their body and their minds. All of us will tell you that we think this is the most important class that they have every single day or during the week. Your health is very important for your future. So that's something that you need to take forward with you as an adult. Very important. So Donna's going to come up and talk about the course 1 class. So take it away, Donna.
Okay, course 1 is individual and dual sports, so like tennis and badminton and golf and basically just fitness in general. We do. We also do dance during freshman PE, and they hate it, like the majority. But then by the end, they love it. Okay, there's like 3 people in a class of 40 that love it, and they're in front, and the rest are like, oh gosh, please. But anyway, by the end, they learn a routine and they're having fun, and it's good. I always tell them you're gonna thank me on when you get older. You're gonna need to dance, trust me. But anyway, so that's one of the things we do. But one of the main things during that year is we work on fitness, because we have to do the fitness gram. So every day that's incorporated into our PE class. So all the standards that we need to meet for the fitness gram. Anyway, so I'm getting a dry mouth because I'm really nervous public speaking. So unless they're 14 or 15, and I can talk to them. But anyway, no, thank you. Yeah, so they did prepare for the fitness gram, and we take that at the end of the year. We just took it. And another kind of the theme of freshman PE is we hope that they find something that they love to do in their life, because you're not always going to have a team sport to be on. So what we offer them is something you can do with a partner, or even by joining a club, go down to the golf course and say, I want to, join a threesome or whatever. So, it's just like little things like that, learning how to run and take care of your body. Also, and our classes are coincide with the framework, California State framework. So, and then the dance class, we go over various styles of dance. It's aerobic dance. And at the end of the year, we actually do a performance, and that's their final. Actually, we do it in the winter and the spring. And it's a really great class. Some kids have never danced before, and they actually learn some stuff, and they get to have fun to perform on stage. So that's that. And they can take it as a junior, senior too, as an elective. So you can go. I'm done.
Okay.
I need to drink water.
Also with that as well, that they are required to do aquatics as part of their curriculum at the school. So they also do a swim unit, and we have the Monterey Bay Swim Club come in and help out with helping them do swimming and teach them how to swim. A lot of students do have lessons when they're younger to learn how to swim, but some don't. And swimming is a very important skill to learn, especially in a community where we're so close to the ocean, and the world's mostly made of water. So it's definitely an important skill to have. Also, we also include the health curriculum. Health is a big part of teaching our freshmen. So the health curriculum, every Monday, they learn stuff about health, and very important things. A couple of weeks ago, we did a Title IX presentation to educate them on the history of Title IX during Women's Month last month, and how to access, know your rights as with Title IX through being a student, and who to contact if you feel that your rights have been violated. So it's very important that they know that, and we were proud to present that to them last month. So that is the course 1. So course 2 is what I get to teach, and a lot of team sports and weight training. What a lot of people, when they say weight training, oh, that's just for athletes. That's just for the people the jocks, the people who play sports. That's totally not true. People that walk to work, you get up and down in a chair, you do certain things, activities that your body needs to do to be successful at it. Those are things that weight training can help. It's not just being active in sports. And we do have a lot of athletes that do want to get stronger for sports and things like that. The best thing about weight training is connecting what they're doing to what they want to do in the future or what they're doing at the moment. Are you playing a sport? What are you doing outside of school? What kind of things can you do in the weight room to help you be successful at the things that you're doing? So my job is to connect them to that, getting to know the kids, what they like to do, what sports they're interested in, and try to match up the things in the weight room that they're doing. I also do at the end of the day, give them a chance to cool down. The weight training classes, we'll pull out some team sports activities to cool down. When I do weight training, I like to warm up a little bit, do some weight training, and then I'll go shoot some baskets. That's something that I like to do. So we give them opportunities to find ways to have a successful program. If they're going to go to college someday, if they're going to live in a town somewhere, they got to know what to do and what to be active with to take care of their bodies. So they need to find things they like to do to take care of their bodies and do a little bit of research on the things that they can do in the future to help them be successful and be healthy. The project I have them do at the end of the school year is to plan ahead. What are you going to do your remaining couple of years of high school? What are you going to do after high school? Are you going to go to college? Okay, now tell me what you're going to do to stay active. Come up with a plan. If you come up with a plan, things get a lot easier. Okay, that's part of it. Going to college, what classes you're going to take, that's great. They're going to plan that stuff too. But how are you going to take care of yourself? Health is number one important thing. So looking forward to seeing those projects at this school at the end of the year. With the team sports, basketball, football, volleyball, lacrosse, hockey. Hockey is one of the most popular ones that the kids love to do, which I was kind of surprised at. Indoor hockey, but they love participating and getting the kids active and just trying their best. You know, not everyone's going to be good at a sport. Okay, I like to start off teaching a sport, a team sport, giving them a little bit of history lesson about the sport. Where does it come from? What are some athletes that have been good at that over the years? So a lot of kids don't know that stuff. They know how to play the sport, but like, I have no idea that it came from this country or how far it goes back with learning that stuff. So I believe in cross-curriculum instruction and tying those things into sports and physical education, I think is very important. You know, we teach some math stuff too. Okay, how many balls do you have? How many strikes do you have? You know, do the math. Okay, calculating how fast you run a mile or how many push-ups you do. That's math. There's a lot of things that can be learned from PE classes that also coincide with other subjects. So that's a wonderful thing. And a lot of teachers that teach other subjects, I'm sure, are teaching some things about physical education and things like that too. We have a lot of teachers on campus that are active and take care of themselves as well. So that really helps. So our goals for physical education. So those are our classes. I kind of put a little thing, breakers down the line. I can't put it up on the screen, but build confidence, respect and follow California standards, enhance successful social and communication skills, accomplish the individual goals, know what it takes to be healthy and active and substance-free, educate each student properly during PE classes, reflect after each day and keep our classes successful, and support each student in finding ways to stay active and live a healthy lifestyle after leaving high school. That's the most important one right there. Okay, preparing them for their future. As far as instructional strategies go, definitely a lot of the things that the teachers have talked about, those are very similar things that we do. But high school is different. Okay, bodies are changing. They're going to be going through some things, whether, you know, we've all been there. We've been through high school and seen the changes that happen to our bodies. And being social, being part of a PE class, it's one of the only times you get to be outside and be with your friend and be active and talk to your friends. Okay, that's a very important part of PE classes too, that some people don't realize.
Mr. Martin?
Yeah.
It's actually 10 p.m. And so our meeting is over unless we decide to extend it. So we can do that either way. So I just need to interrupt you for a moment. Board, this is a board decision. So okay. What would you like
I
to
just have
do?
one more paragraph to read and that's it, if that's okay.
Let me finish this order of business
Okay.
real quick. Okay, so trustee Brian Swanson, would you like to extend or? Okay, so would you like to extend till 11 PM? Okay, Clerk McNary?
Okay, that's fine.
Trustee Otmar?
I just had some coffee, so I'm on board. I'm not gonna sleep, so let's do this.
Okay, so I will say, even for us to get done by 11 with the remaining agenda items, it's gonna be, an activity in efficiency and effectiveness. So, thank you all for your presentation. You wanted to finish your paragraph. Please do so.
Okay.
Go ahead. Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. We have to make a motion. We have to vote on this. Can we please get a motion and a second and a vote on this, please?
I move to extend the meeting until 11 PM.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Roll call vote, Mandy.
I didn't hear who was the second.
Sorry, motion made by trustee Otmar, seconded by Brian Swanson.
Thank you. President Swanson,
Aye.
Clerk McNary,
Aye.
trustee Otmar,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Okay, thank you. So closing paragraph, I'll just read this for you. We are teaching our students about what sports, fitness, and physical activities are available to them at school, the city of Pacific Grove, surrounding towns, and wherever they may choose to go after high school. This ensures them the knowledge to prepare for the next step in life as a young adult. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your presentation. Okay, so board, this is an information item, so we don't have necessarily anything to vote on, but we are more than welcome to discuss this. And of course, we will be taking public comment on it. So if there's any members of the public online, please raise your hand. We will get to you shortly. Board members, Clerk McNary, do you mind starting?
Sure. Thank you all for staying so late and for sharing your love of PE with all of us. It's so evident how passionate you all are about what you do. And I love that. I was a kid who grew up loving PE. And I'm so happy to see how much it's evolved since I was a kid. And there were kind of the sports kids who liked PE and everybody else. And it feels that we've created a program that is so much more inclusive and accessible to all kids. And I love that it's a holistic approach. Like, we're incorporating the history of sport. Maybe you don't care about sports, but you might care about history. So that might be interesting to you on some level. And finding ways for everybody to move their body. Thanks. I truly appreciate it. I can tell it's a labor of love and I appreciate you all. So thank you.
Trustee Otmar.
I ditto everything she just said. It is so beautiful to watch you all up here and the respect you have for each other, and the love that you have for these kids and for keeping them active and engaged. I mean, this is awesome. Thank you all so much for everything that you're doing. I appreciate it. And I'm sure the kids will remember you forever. They'll be back and I'll be out on the field at some point everywhere. Look out. Yeah.
Trustee Brian Swanson.
Well, it really is impressive. And I think I'm the oldest person up here at the dais. This is not the PE that I grew up with at all. Seeing what you guys are doing to include everybody and so many different aspects that you're bringing in is just, it really is fantastic. Because boy, I have someday at a mixer or something, I have some PE horror stories. So I'm just really thrilled with what you guys are doing. So thank you for the presentation and then everything that you bring every day.
Thank you. And I'm curious because, we have 4 different schools, but we're one, semi-small district. It seems like there is some collaboration between the schools. So when do you guys meet at the beginning of the year and collaborate? I mean, how is this taking place? I'm curious because it's kind of a beautiful thing that we've all.
Elementary meets probably more than we do with middle, high school.
Okay.
We try to do that as often as we can.
Oh, I'm sorry. The microphone for the people online, they can't hear you.
Of course.
Sorry.
Of course, I'm sorry. I was to say elementary meets more often together than, for example, with the middle school or high school. And we meet as often as we can, beginning of the year, as many Thursdays as we can, depending on Thursday collaborations
Sure.
and so forth. And we exchange ideas whenever we can.
That's amazing. It sounds like dodgeball may be a thing of the past because that was a super violent bullying opportunity in my school. So I'm curious. That's my one question. Does dodgeball exist still?
I know for a fact in elementary, it does not exist.
Thank you.
And I could tell you that besides us meeting, we do talk a lot.
It's apparent. It's really
we
cool to
do
see this.
talk a lot.
Yeah.
It is important.
Yes.
Also collaborating with the middle school. Hey, this is the group that's coming up. This is what you should expect. And it works pretty well. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, we do talk to each other a lot.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I think it's so valuable and wonderful that you're doing that. Yes, please come.
The dodgeball that you remember as a kid doesn't exist. There might be varieties of games.
boy.
For example, where we roll the ball
Okay.
and it might try to bonk him on the foot or the ankle.
I see.
But as far as the rubber ball and hitting him in the head.
Yeah, the
and that sort of
strongest
thing,
kid just whacking the weakest
Right,
kid, and it's
exactly.
just breaks my heart, and I'm not okay with it. So that
Exactly.
does not happen anymore.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, then A+ for all of you. Thank you so much. And Chip, do you have one last thing?
Yeah, I'll definitely get up and say that that doesn't exist at the middle school anymore. I will say
Okay.
there are variations of those types of games, but
Mhm.
no targeting students where equipment is being thrown at them.
Okay.
Because we've all seen those students, whether we were in school, that have had a ball thrown at them, and you can see the affect of what that does to them. So that
Mhm.
doesn't happen at the middle school. And the other thing I wanted to say is you'd be amazed.
Okay. Is it my phone or what's happening here?
At how incredible rumors and information flies just through word of mouth, because my aide has worked with Roberto, and I hear about Roberto and what he does all the time through Mr.
Great.
Rosa. And there's just all this overlapping of people. John and I went to high school together, and we see each other at funerals, and
Oh, God.
we had an old coach that died, and we were over Christmas break, and so it's a small town, and we all cross each other's paths in different places.
Thank
And
you
so
for
we
that.
do talk. So
Thank you so much. And so I'm going to draw this discussion to a close. We're going to go to public comment now. Lewis, is anybody online? Yeah, student trustee Ray Avila. Okay, excellent. Please go ahead, student trustee Ray.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
All righty. I just want to speak just very briefly. I won't waste much of you guys' time. Just how indescribably special Pacific Grove has been in aspects to physical education. I think that just the long-lasting impact is crazy. Like Trustee Otmar said, I will absolutely remember every PE teacher I've ever had, with nothing but positive memories. At Robert Down, Mr. D, and just wonderful memories. And I think the best thing is how they targeted not the athletes, because obviously the athletes are going to enjoy PE, is how well they targeted the kids who didn't really love PE or love being active. So I think that was just so great. And just the honor I have of looking back and being able to have had Miss Hinton and Mr. D as a pair is just so beyond special to me. And then at the middle school level, I personally did not have Mr. Dory, but my brother did. And me and my brother are polar opposites. I do sports, he does not. But Mr. Dory had an impact on my brother because of how well he attracted to him, and how well Mr. Dory used his skills to speak to my brother in a way that he was not normally spoken to. And I had Miss Pettis and Mr. Hull, and again, nothing but positivity. so many wonderful memories made. And then at the high school, obviously I had Miss O'Donnell, and now I have Mr. Martine, and they're just nothing but friends to me. So I think that PG has done a 110% job. I would not think of a single flaw in the curriculum that we have and with the teachers we have. So I just want to say from the absolute bottom of my heart, just thank you so much for everything that you guys have done. I really, really appreciate it. And I know everybody else does too.
Thank you, student trustee Ray. I don't know if you can hear it, but there was clapping after your statement just now. So thank you so much. Thank you for the honest positivity and I think you just made all of these folks' night for staying here till 10:10. So thank you. Thank you all for coming and staying. Thank you, student trustee Ray. And I think we're good on the board. Any other public comment? Just making sure that I haven't missed anybody. I think we're good. Okay, I took a picture of you all and I'm gonna send it to you because you really look like such a wonderful team right there. It was really a cool thing to see. So thank you all. We're gonna move on to the rest of the meeting.
Great job, y'all. Great job.
Turn, I don't know. Okay, everyone, let's find our way back into the agenda. So we have two items that are kind of similar, both from John Anderson coming up. They're under our action items. Action items C and D. I don't know why I'm talking about them together. I'm sorry. We're going to do one at a time here. Contract.
Together.
Well, they'll probably be quick. Yeah. Okay. Action item C, contract miracle play structure, storm damage play structure replacement. Mr. Anderson.
Actually, if you read it, I think it's a slam dunk. I don't think we need to discuss in the interest of time.
Okay, let's see if we've got any discussion or questions from the board. And if anybody in the public has something pending, please raise your hand and we'll get to you in just a moment. Let's go through trustee Brian Swanson. Any questions on this repair?
I'm happy to see it's covered by the insurance. All good.
Sorry, I should have said replacement.
Yeah.
Thank you. You caught that.
Yep.
Yep. Words matter. Okay, replacement. Thank you, trustee Brian Swanson. I don't have any questions. I didn't see anything that would make me not vote for this. Trustee Clerk McNary.
No questions.
Oh, trustee Otmar.
Nope.
Okay. We're gonna go to public comment. And of course, Mr. Anderson, if you ever want to contribute, if you let you know, if something comes to mind, please feel free. You're always welcome to. So, Lewis, anybody online? And anyone here in public wanting to comment on this item? Okay, I don't see anybody. Can I?
Swoosh.
Swoosh. Look at you. So easy.
You got to say that after that. Nothing but net.
Okay, we need a motion. No, sorry, we need a motion and a second and all that jazz. So if anybody wants to give a motion.
I'll move to approve the contract with Park Planet.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Motion made by by Clerk McNary, seconded by trustee Otmar. Roll call vote, Mandy, please.
President Swanson,
Aye.
Clerk McNary,
Aye.
trustee Otmar,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. We're on to action item D, contract Park Planet, storm damaged by play structure replacement. Mr. Anderson, do you have anything?
Let me see if we're looking, let me put my glasses on, sorry,
Take
because I
your
think this
time.
is the one we're actually doing a slight change to.
Take your time.
So, yeah, this is the one that was, I believe was Elephant Hill. So this one was, the part that got damaged, I guess the kids didn't interact with it as well as they'd like.
Mhm.
So they're actually going to change it to a little house with a slide and stuff that they think the kids will be more in line with. And it's actually, it looks like it's going to cost less than the insurance money we're actually going to get. So
I see.
this is a net gain for us,
I see.
both for the kids and for our budget.
Yeah,
So.
okay. Thank you for that. Trustees, do we have any questions or comments? I'm just gonna look at, okay, everyone's shaking their head no for the record. And Lewis, anyone online? Sorry to interrupt you. Okay. And I don't see anyone here in public coming up to the podium. So can I get a motion and a second on this, please?
I'll move to approve contract for Park Planet. The second one, action discussion item D.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Motion made by trustee Brian Swanson, seconded by clerk McNary. Roll call vote, please.
President Swanson,
Aye.
Clerk McNary,
Aye.
trustee Otmar,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Twofer. That's good.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Action item E is up next. So it's 2021-22. So not this school year, but 2 school years ago, 1 school year ago. Measures A and D financial and performance audit report.
I will make it brief.
Thank you so much.
There were bidding procedures and procurement procedures potentially followed, but the documentation was hard to retrieve during our audit because of the turnover of staff. It's noted in the cover sheet. It's also noted in the audit report. All of those procurement items in the corrective action plan have currently been implemented by the current staff. And we actually have an amazing system that's tracked by not only the business office, but the maintenance and operations and facilities folks as well. We call it our central repository of information. So the material weakness that was defined in this audit it was not a repeat finding, and it will not repeat.
I think that's a really good point. It wasn't a repeat. It was something that happened one time.
Correct.
And I'm gonna go to the board if they have any questions. Actually, it looks like I'm first up with a question. I had a question about this. So do we know if the bidding process actually took place?
It did. I actually spoke to both I spoke to the interim at the time, John Dominguez.
Yes.
Since we went through this. And
Okay.
so he was able to produce some of the bidding procurement documents for us. It wasn't in total what was required by the auditor. Therefore, we had the material weakness. So a number of the projects were actually procured properly. There was a proper bid announcement, bidding selection and award and so forth. During his tenure, what we could not find was the files from the prior facilities director, and it just could have been a filing issue. We also had turnover in the admin role as well. So I'm not saying that it wasn't done. We just had a hard time finding the files.
Okay, and that's the reason for the audit, right? Is to find something like this, and then we can just make a system better for it. So thank you so much. Clerk McNary.
No, I don't have anything additional. I think with the corrective action, we've got a good system moving forward.
Yeah, I agree. Trustee Otmar?
Nothing. Thanks for taking care of it.
Yeah. Trustee Brian Swanson.
No questions.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. We're going to go to the public and see if there's any questions or comments. Anyone online is welcome. I hope you all feel welcome to raise your hands and speak up. We have about 15 people online right now. Okay. Let's see if there's anybody else who wants to say anything. I don't see anyone here in public, and Louis, you don't have anybody's hands raised. Okay. Thank you so much. So if we have a motion and a second, I'll make a motion actually on staff's recommendation on this, if I can get a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion made by Carolyn Swanson, seconded by Clerk McNary. Roll call vote, please, Mandy.
President Swanson,
Aye.
clerk McNary,
Aye.
trustee Otmar,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes unanimously on this. We're moving right along to action item F, which is the board calendar future meetings. And we're going to start with Clerk McNary on this.
I don't have anything to add right now.
Okay, trustee Otmar,
Nope, nothing to add.
trustee Brian Swanson.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, I had a question on this one. I think we're gonna need to possibly add some meetings, and maybe we should do it now to placehold for superintendent search kind of dealings and things like that. So I just wanted to at least bring it up to the board to kind of keep that on your radar, that we most likely are going to need some meetings to discuss that. Most of the process is done in open session. I don't know if we have, I don't have a date right now for it, but just as a comment, to keep that in mind. And staff, do you have any comments on board calendar future meetings?
No, nothing at this time. I think as you see it is what we foresee.
One day at a time, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this? Either in person? Okay. We're online. Okay, thank you so much, Louis. I don't see anybody online. Now there's 13 people online. We've lost 2. So this item, because we don't have any changes, we don't need to vote on it. And so I'm just going to move on from it. Okay, information discussion item. We just completed info item A, so we're done with that. And now we're on to info item B, which is the quarterly district safety update. And that is led by Principal Barbara Martinez, who's also the Director of Safety.
Good evening, board. Good evening, everybody. This is the final quarterly safety report to the board. I'd like to just start off before I get to the yearly report. I'd just like to give a little brief description of the 2023 School Safety Symposium that started yesterday, is today, and continues tomorrow. Next slide. Thank you. As you can see, this safety symposium is hosted by the Monterey County Office of Education, as well as all of our other partners in the coalition. You can see that we have members from San Mateo County Office of Ed, the CSJOA, we have the FBI, we have Youth Mental Health. We sent out invitations, and you can see the PGUSD safety attendees who attended. Well attended. We had many breakout rooms, such as equity-based trauma-informed approaches to student threat assessments, breakout rooms on mental health. We had breakout rooms on school leaders' role in community response, communication, and how to make schools safer. We had breakout sessions on the Big 5 protocols, digital threat assessments, family engagement, which was fully essential element to student safety, as well as youth mental health. And the whole crux of this entire 3-day symposium really focuses on mental health. And the keynote speaker, it stems from the shooting at Liberty Salem, West Liberty Salem High School. And Logan Cole was the victim of a gunshot by a classmate. And he really, this whole keynote really focused on the staff and the administration and Logan coming forward and saying, you know, what did they do well and what they would have done differently. And the years, I mean, it took place in 2017 and it's 2023 and they're still going through some trauma and dealing with their mental health. So it was an excellent symposium to go. I know that we had some invitations go out to the trustees and to several other members of the district. We still have 1 day left tomorrow. If you're interested, it's at the Monterey Convention Center. So next slide, please. What we took away from yesterday is, you know, we explored ways to make our buildings safer and more secure from a facility perspective. We talked about things that we, and as a team, we would meet after our breakout sessions and we would discuss how we can make our facilities safer. And we talked about some of the things that concerns that the teachers have in the classrooms and some of the facility concerns that we have about safety. We explored ways to make our buildings safer with rules and protocols, with gatherings and access into and out of ingress and egress. We explored ways to address the mental health. Not yet, go back, please. Yeah, we explored ways to, thank you, to address mental health. And we explored how to develop our plans that involve the community, because it's so important that the community understand what our protocols are. We gather their input and develop the relationships. So we emphasize the development of the relationships. And if I can just relate that to our PE presentation right now, if students can just make one positive connection with an adult in school, one positive connection with an adult in school, we have the ability to change the direction that we have with plotters and people who make it through their threats to schools. Next slide, please. So I wanted to speak about the Monterey County Office Safe and Healthy Schools Coalition. Their mission is to really come together, meet regularly, and it's multi-agency, if you can see that, multi and collaborative, to develop common language tools and forms that the county office and school districts and our partner agencies that they'll utilize in order to improve communication. Every district has this as a mission, right? We all want to develop common protocols, but if you can go to the next slide, I want you to see who and I know that's kind of small for you, but you can see who our partners are in safety. It's a really big deal. You know, we've got 24 districts coming together, serving 75,000 students. We've got colleges, we've got the Peace Officers Association. So if you can see there, Pacific Grove Police Department is part of this coalition, right? And we have got behavioral health, human health and human services, and the Superintendent's Council, probation, all of these people coming together to really work for the safety and well-being of every child in every district. Go ahead. So we have the Stop the Violence grant that was written a couple of years ago. We, if you know that San Mateo, we're following, we're following their pace, and they had like double digits in the thousands for their grant. We went for 2 million and we got 1 million. And our objectives are to bring all of these partners together, hold monthly meetings, which we've been going to, with all of these partners around the same table. We want to come up with common language and really develop common forms and common, we want to be able to have an MOU so that we can talk about, like, not violate HIPAA or anything like that. We really, for example, we learned yesterday, so say we've got a student of concern, we want to be able to talk with our SRO, because maybe he went to that person's uncle's house 2 days ago and they're having family issues over there, or maybe the lunch lady overheard one of the problems that this student was having. So it's all these people come together and we can really identify mental health issues in order to avoid possible violence at school. Next slide. This slide is just a visual that reiterates everything I said in the last slide, for those of you who are visual. Go ahead, next slide. So the countywide safety priorities really through the coalition is we really want a data sharing agreement. So we want everybody at the table. We want members of CPS to come to the table. We want mental health officials, behavioral health. We would like anyone who has possible information about a certain student of concern to come to the table so that we can monitor long-term risk and threat assessment. And these are the top countywide safety priorities. Okay, next slide. So PGUSD has partnered with Kimball and Associates, and their objective is to provide, they're experts in the field, and actually they're part of our coalition. They're a member of our coalition who's going to be providing safety training to the 27 school districts within the county. They are also at the conference center providing breakout sessions and really showing all the districts about their grade level curriculum in teaching grade appropriate Big 5 safety protocols. So we've partnered with them to do a couple of things. Right now, we have 2 items that are at the top of our list to get done before at the end of this year and through next year. One is observations of all of our site safety drills so that we can have feedback, so that we can all have those common practices and the common language. What we've found through the first 2 after action reports is that we're all human, right? So we all have room for growth. Doesn't matter whether you're a teacher or an administrator, they've all made observations, and it was a big aha when we have our after action reports when we're discussing ways to improve. So their goal is to identify the strengths and weaknesses, observations, and potential threats through these observations. and planning, execution, and then debriefing afterwards. So this will continue on through next year, all of our sites, all of our big 5 protocols. The second thing that we wanted to do before next year is we want to have a risk assessment done on every school site. We would like Kimball and Associates to partner with us so that we can walk every site and complete a risk assessment for all of the dangers and concerns on each site. Okay, next slide. Okay, so far this year, we've had 36 drills. Tomorrow we have another one happening at Forest Grove at 1:15. Kimball and Associates will be there. I will be there. Our SRO will be there. And I believe the board has copies of the secure campus and the shelter in place drills and the after action reports. You have copies of those. Okay, next slide. So continuing on to next year, we are going to complete site threat assessments, risk assessments, district-wide safety needs assessment. We will give a board presentation with the findings from the site drills and evaluation. We will have site level implementation from the suggestions of the findings. We will have Big 5 trainer of trainer within all of the sites. The MCOE Safer Schools Together we administer the social media training for educators and parents, and all staff will be trained in behavioral threat assessment. And the county is developing an anonymous reporting tool for all schools countywide. And of course, as always, we will have our district-wide comprehensive school safety plans reviewed and updated through the coalition. Next slide. Thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, Trustee Otmar.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. That was great. It's great to know that we are focused so much on safety. I think that needs to be happening right now. I did have a question on the diagram. There's a piece that says respond to mental health concerns. And I'm just looking at that, wondering how that will specifically happen. I don't want that to be happening with just students of concern. I think that part of this is not just identifying students of concern, but sort of in general now responding to all students' mental health concerns.
Right. Yeah. So I believe, well, I've been safety director for 2 sites. So a few years back, we did have youth mental aid first aid come in, and we did a district-wide training. We had youth mental health first aid come down from San Mateo. Actually, it was Nancy McGee who did that training with our staff. And it may be time to revisit having them come down again and doing some continued training with that. But it's for all students, for sure.
Okay. Thank you for that. Do you know if, does this grant include any money for like psychologists or for additional staffing? I mean, I know it's a grant, so it's temporary, but
So it's
I
not
just know that there is a need right now. So I don't know sort of what this can cover or if the grant is spent.
Well, so if you really take into context, San Mateo County Office of Ed had like, I don't know, 60 million for 50 million. We had 2 million, we got 1 million. So pretty much the 1 million is going to give us our meetings and our collaboration with Kimball and Associates to develop this common language and the protocols. But while we're at our monthly meetings, we do have our mental health people there. We have all of our partners at the same table, and we are just disseminating information. Mike Kimball and Associates has also gone out and got his own grants. And there are other safety grants right now on the table that we can go for to help provide services for our kids.
That would be awesome. Thank you so much for that information. I think supporting them socially, emotionally, supporting their mental health now will reap great rewards in the future and hopefully reduce the number of students of concern.
And even with our new Big Five, I just want to reiterate one more time, our Big Five has morphed, it's changed over time, right? We had our protocols where we were teaching active killer to elementary school killer students, and it was an appropriate curriculum at the time. And now we have age-appropriate curriculum to teach about hostile intruders. We have age-appropriate and trauma-informed approaches and specific instructions in the Big Five themselves to give to teachers to tell them what they should know and be able to do in times of crisis with even our littlest of littles.
Thank you so much. That's so important. I appreciate that very much.
You're welcome.
Trustee Brian Swanson?
Only one question, and that's on page 581 about the anonymous reporting tool. Is that something that's, I thought I heard you say they're developing, it doesn't exist yet. Is that correct?
Well, I believe there are different anonymous reporting tools amongst all the districts, and maybe Josh can tell us more, but I think all districts have their own anonymous lines. I think the county is developing a common anonymous line.
Okay. That was my only question. I just, I'll roll through and look at it again later, but I think when you take a look at, the whole presentation is great to see how much is going on. 581, that page alone, I'm really happy that, we're going to see, site risk assessments and then in district wide too, but I don't think that's anything that we ever really kind of got into the, the granular level of that. So it's nice to see that that's going to be happening, but a lot of great stuff. All this stuff is great. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Of course, you're welcome.
Thank you. So, Barbara, I appreciate that you got the information into the packet. I really appreciate that because I was able to read it over before the meeting. So thank you for that, for getting that done in advance. And I had a question that's related to safety, but probably not related to this presentation. And I just wanted to ask about the Sandy Hook promise. We got an email as a board a little while ago from a staff member asking us if we could sign up for that. There was, and perhaps there's confusion on that, or I don't know, but can we get an update on where we are at with Sandy Hook promise? Are we part of it or not, et cetera, et cetera?
Sure, I received your question and I responded, but I can do it again. So the Sandy Hook promise, as you know, if you can look around the boardroom, you will see the See Something, Say Something posters. We are members of the Sandy Hook promise. Every year at the beginning of the school year, Sandy Hook promises reaches out to me, and I subsequently send the information to all of the site principals. I know that Sean Keller has done some of the activities in the past, not only at Robert Down, but at the high school. They hang banners that See Something, Say Something campaign. There's many different activities. It's just, whatever the school site leadership and ASB really want to do for school safety. So honestly, right now we're trying to get through Big Five and we're trying to really make sure our protocols are safe, but there are other things that we can do to supplement, of course, safety with activities. It's just a lot and you have to really pick and choose.
Yeah, the Big Five is program we've been using for a while, and I'm glad that we're actually digging into it because that has been a concern of mine for a while. So I do appreciate that. And I am thankful that we're having a third party come in and review because I think a fresh set of eyes is really valuable for that. So I'll follow up more with Josh Jordan, I think, on the Sandy Hook promise. I have some further questions, but in the idea of time tonight, I'm going to call that for myself. And I'm going to go out to public comment, see if we have any online or in person, and also trustees, if any idea has popped into your head since we went around. Nobody online, and I don't see anyone in person. So Trustee Otmar, we'll just do one because I feel like I heard a whisper or something. So does anyone here have anything they want to contribute?
I didn't take a turn, and that's okay.
There.
Principal Martinez, my only question was with regard to the drills at the elementary schools. this may be something more for the site principals, but are families being notified ahead of time about the drills so that when their students come home, the parents know that the drill or their adults know that the drills have taken place? And if so, how is that happening at the sites?
Well, I believe that the principals put it out in their newsletters, the elementary schools, they have a schedule of drills. But if they're at the board meeting, they can respond.
We do have Principal Keller making his way to the podium.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's a tough one because to be honest, the first year I was at Robert Down, I put it on the marquee and I got a handwritten note from a middle school student who said, you know, Mr. Keller, my concern is that if you put drills out there, it informs the public and you could have your students and staff be targets. So the safety plan I put out in my s'more letters, I want to say earlier in the year when I was having my safety plan talk with parents, I shared that we would be doing something every month. To be honest, and not to take anything away with what Director Martinez is hoping that we do, I don't put it out there. Because in a sense, we have to train the parents too. So if they know, now I did invite parents to participate in our student release. Not a lot came, and that's okay. But it's kind of just a tough thing of, you know, do we advertise our drills?
So if I can just jump in, Sean.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, with the new curriculum, that we're looking at, the age appropriate curriculum, it has a whole parent engagement piece to the Big Five so that it gives parents the tools and resources that they can give their children at home. You know, a conversation starter saying, you know, so as long as parents and the families understand what our practices are and how to communicate, we can get their input and engagement at home to help support what we have at school.
Yeah, and if I could just share too that whenever I've had the meetings with parents, whenever I've had a cocoa with Keller and the parents have shown up, I just try to really reiterate, please don't rush to campus, because that's what I've learned from the training, that if you don't have a name badge, if you don't look like someone who should be on campus, you'll be seen as a suspect, and that can get scary for you quickly. So please don't rush. I know as a parent, you want to go there, you want to help, you want to do something. And I had to, if you remember when I responded to our parents after the, now I'm forgetting the Big Five. I'm so sorry. The secure campus that happened at the end of the day for all of us. And I had to let parents know, do not come onto campus. We had some people do that. They insisted, because you just have all these little areas that, you know, if a parent jumps a fence, just like a suspect, that's what they will do. So, yeah, again, when we have our drills, I kind of want parents to understand that if we shut down, that's going to happen during a school day if something real occurs. And they may be upset for that moment. It may be an inconvenience for them because they want to come in and they want to volunteer or pick up their kid or whatever, but we have to react like that. And these things happen. So.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Any other trustees wanting to make a comment or any discussion on this? Nope. Okay. Thank you so much, Director of Safety Martinez / Principal Martinez. We really appreciate that. And we went out to the public and we came back. So I think we've checked all the boxes for this item. So this is not an item that we need to do any voting on. So I'm going to move on now to PG Tech item. Extremely patient PG Tech folks. If anyone wants to wake them up, thank you so much. I'm of course kidding. They've been very attentive this entire time.
Technology never sleeps.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, almost.
The closers. And we have 15 minutes. So I don't know how long you've tested in your presentation, but if you,
Yeah, we'll have time to.
3 minutes,
to
6
yes,
minutes?
to
Okay,
spare. Yep.
thank you.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for you guys for hanging in there. Matthew Binder, Director of Ed Tech. I'm joined by my esteemed colleague.
Another team photo. I know,
Go ahead.
take a-
Mr. Andrew Bradley, our digital teacher for the district, and of course, Director Al-Ghazi. We're going to present to you the most notable projects we have to share tonight. But before we do that, we need to obviously point out the true heroes of our team, and those are our site techs who are on the ground day in, day out. And you can see the names there along with the school logos. These folks are working on behalf of the students, the teachers, the staff. Like I said, day in, day out as the first line of response in terms of all things tech. So we really have to acknowledge them publicly. And then, of course, behind them, we've got folks here in the district that help us procure the technology that we need to really bring some of our vision to life. So in regards to the projects that we're going to hit, we're going to really look at only 5 of the most notables. These are them, and we'll kind of ping pong back and forth between the 5 for you. So we'll go ahead and start with cybersecurity. Director Al-Ghazi.
2 of the bigger accomplishments that we've done is implement the 6-month password reset for everybody on campus. Not always one of the most popular changes. Another non-popular change is we implemented 2-factor authentication for our administrators for our PII intensive systems, which are the student information system and the HR system. Same thing. Network segmentation is one of the big projects that I really wanted to, that I'm working towards, and I think we're about 60% complete. Put a plan in place. I'm working with the site techs to implement it at their own site, and partially to get their buy-in. I can explain what network segmentation is, but not tonight. And I have a list of upcoming additional projects that I'm putting in place, but they're not something that I want to disclose in a public forum for fear of hacking, people coming in and saying, "Oh, you don't have that."
So that's cybersecurity, real important progress being made in terms of securing our systems. Staff portal. So this is another project that we've completed this year, thanks to Mr. Bradley, and he'll talk a little bit about what the staff portal is all about.
Yeah, so earlier this year, about January, right after we came back from the winter break, we released our staff-only portal for the websites, just an effort to kind of clean up our public site. So we kind of have our 2 major user groups that come and visit the sites, usually people from the public coming to look at the district as a whole. And then we have our staff that is here kind of doing the groundwork and looking for specific stuff that's tailored just to them, more so with stuff that's related to their classroom or maybe training materials that the public doesn't necessarily need to use or see. And we can put that behind also a login page that requires the teachers to be authenticated, and we use Google for that. Thankfully, it was able to integrate nicely, so they don't have to remember one more password as well. And also because it is Google integrated, lets us be able to put Drive different docs and calendars and kind of integrate that all into our website. Still under the same company that we use for our main websites, just as another kind of segmented piece that
The staff portal, it's done a lot of good in terms of cleaning up the public presented site, because there was a lot of it was getting rather cluttered. So one of the things that we've been also working on collectively is updating our classroom technology, instructional technology for our teachers. This includes the kind of the centerpiece of that effort is the interactive panels. These are the large screens that are now going into the classrooms, focused on elementary level. The teachers are receiving these gleefully and really positively. Lots of good feedback from the installations. We are almost done with our elementary and also kind of staging out our secondary level as well. Here's a picture of one of the classrooms with the upgraded configuration. As you can see, it also includes a mobile instructional cart and an updated document camera, which is a little bit more sleeker compared to the old Elmo style document cameras, updated laptops. We also equipped this package with a kind of omnidirectional sound bar for better audio enhancement in the classroom, as well as a webcam and a wireless mouse and keyboard. So it's a more of a flexible and also mobile solution. And so, yeah, we'll continue rolling these out into next year as well. One of the other exciting projects that we are, both Mr. Bradley and myself have been working on, and the implementation is Synergy Analytics. This is a product that is going to provide data visualizations, dashboards to end users, administrators, teachers, support staff, for example, attendance clerks, even district office folks who can see real-time adjustments to some of the metrics that we follow, things like enrollment trends from week to week, chronic absenteeism in a visual sense. These are drillable, these are filterable, these are disaggregated, and really, we've had really good success so far in the implementation. We're going live with this for all of our end users starting at in the new school year 23-24. Did you have anything?
I think it'll be add some great visualizations for our teachers as well. So be able to kind of view some of their test history from all the SBAC testing or for some of our math testing, so that they can kind of see that all at a nice kind of glance view. So going necessarily to all these different systems, they can kind of have that little one stop to be able to kind of take a quick glance at all their students at once.
Yeah, the goal is to bring all the data into one place and make it visual first and foremost, and then make it drillable as well, so they can see down to the student level what's going on. Yeah, no problem. We got it. We got this.
But for you, there's 2 more items after you.
Okay, yeah. In that case, let's move quick. Flex Lab conversion. This is one of our centerpiece projects for the year. We've got the Flex Lab already currently in place at Robert Down. Mr. Bradley is obviously using this space mainly for his instruction. And our goal now is to move to recreating this kind of a teaching environment at Forest Grove. We've got a plan to be completed with that project in July, in time for the new school year. Working closely with Assistant Sup Jorn, Assistant Director John Anderson, and of course, Director El Ghazi. We're kind of scrambling to make this happen, and it's so far it looks like we're going to meet the deadline. So hopefully by the start of next school year, Forest Grove gets a lab that looks very similar to what we have right now at Robert Down. So you can see we have 3D printing stations. We've got storage solutions now that are much more ergonomic, flexible furniture, of course, interactive panel, and some of the other digital technology enhancements that can be used in instruction in these spaces. Mr. Bradley, anything else along those lines? Yeah, I mean, this is his space, but it also allows the teachers to cycle through and use these as well. Continuing on, and we'll make this real quick. This is kind of the design animation that we envisioned for Forest Grove. This is a quick little visual here, as you can see, that illustrates what can be done in this kind of space with the right furniture, with the right technology. We can use this space for a variety of project-based learning. And so that's kind of the timeline of what the major milestones we expect to accomplish for the year when we move towards this summer to complete the Forest Grove Flex Lab. The other piece of this is that we're hoping to initiate the same kind of conversion at middle school with the now more or less defunct wood shop, turning it into what is currently looking like that into something that maybe looks like that. This will be a multi-year project, but we are going to get off the ground. We've actually started clearing out the space and started interfacing with the middle school admin on this as well. Anything else? I guess that's it. Yeah, good. We're almost done. Here, the road ahead is going to continue with our classroom tech upgrades. We got a security camera upgrade coming. We're going to be looking to roll out Chrome tablets. We're going to get some teacher input on this. especially at the lower grade levels in elementary, that they're now currently using iPads, but our vision is to move to a Chrome-based solution just because of the security improvements as well as the management improvements. Tech training continues, of course, that just will not stop for sure. Computer science, we now have middle school reinvented computer science curriculum that's going to be rolled out for the elective classes at middle school. And the last one I think was just, more support with our tech ticketing system. Finally, just want to let you know that is the document that we source for basically direction and kind of navigating our project plans. It's all spelled out in the technology plan that was board approved on April 7th of last year, almost a full year ago, and or more than that. And that's what we use for our roadmap. Have it.
Thank you so much. I remember that plan getting approved, and I think you guys have done a lot on it in a short amount of time. So thank you so much. And really quickly, I will say about Mr. Parker at Forest Grove. My mom is a huge fan of his. And so so you're right, he is boots on the ground and he has helped our family so much during distance learning. So I had to plug Mr. Parker really quickly. I love that you're maximizing synergy. It seems like it has so many facets to it. And like every year you come back and you say, hey, we're going to do this now and this now and this now. So it's really cool to see that expensive software getting used.
Sure is.
So thank you for that.
That's right.
Yeah, full capacity. And another compliment, your PowerPoint was eye-pleasing and really easy to read and succinct. So thank you for putting it in the packet in advance because that's really helpful. And then even tonight, fabulous. I'm done. Clerk McNary.
Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Mr. Parker too, as a Forest Grove family. He's been amazing all the years we've been there with him. Thank you, Louis, for the focus on cybersecurity. I think that's really important for us and all districts, but what's going on right now and just kind of our times. Excited to see the Flex Labs coming online. That's really cool. One of my students has started their 3D printing project with Mr. Bradley, and they were pumped when they came home from school. That's a really exciting thing to be using a 3D printer in elementary school. So really cool. I mean, not a lot of elementary school kids around can probably say that they're already engaging with that technology. So super rad. I don't really have any other comments. The presentation was awesome. Thank you for hitting all the high points. And I really feel like I get the big picture of what you all are working on. Thank you for your work.
By the way, we have 2 minutes. Sorry, 2 minutes. Sorry, we have 2 minutes left, so I'm sorry if we don't
It's
fully
okay.
finish.
There's not much to add. Awesome. This is fantastic. I am a little bit sad with the wood shop because I just, yeah,
No, I know. This master woodworker here.
We
so
can-
he
we can-
understands it. Yeah.
we can woodwork together. You can come use my tools. I'll come use yours. So yeah, a little sad about that, but I see the potential and I see where it's going. And we're really lucky to have all of you here. So thank you. This has been such a fun meeting. I'm having a good time.
I agree. Trustee Brian Swanson.
Super quick. It looks like you guys are having a blast and you're doing great work. Just like geeking out together all day long.
There's a fair bit of that, right, Louis?
But it's
Yeah,
gotta
absolutely.
be, I can tell you guys are having fun doing great work. So thank you. Thank you for that.
And we've got 1 minute left. Ralph, I have a question to ask. What do I do with public comment? We have a hand up, but we're not going to have time to hear it. So do we come back and put it on next meeting? Or?
I would encourage you, even if you go over a few minutes.
It's okay to go over a few minutes?
I would say just for public comment's sake, that's just transparency. That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great. I'm glad you said that. Okay, Mike Gibbs is on and please go ahead. You have the floor.
Hi, everybody. It's late. Great presentation. I have a real quick question on the network segmentation. I think a key security issue is third-party access. So my question is three-part. Do you grant third-party access to the network? If you do, to who do you grant it? And how many people do you grant third-party access to? And how often do you audit that third-party access if you grant it? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Gibbs. We will have staff reach out to you and answer your question for you. Okay, thank you so much. Any other public comment?
One comment, Madam President. Just
Yes.
want to reach out and thank the voters again for Measure A. 'cause Measure
Absolutely.
A has just been a blessing for this district and that this all wouldn't have happened without it. So just wanted to
Absolutely,
throw that
right?
out,
3D printers, state of the art,
all of that.
the team here, paying staff, incredible. Thank you. Thank you for maximizing the taxpayers' dollars and helping our kids learn. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so that is it for our meeting tonight. We're gonna have to bring the AR item back. I don't think we need to vote on that, right? Because we just ran out of time. And I'm sorry, Mr. Gibbs, we didn't have we weren't able to answer your question, but we can just pretty much say thank you to your comments and we will have staff reach out to you to answer your questions further. Thank you all. Meeting adjourned.